Privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey Carl, nice hair by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details. Our new Teams feature in Hub 8 is designed to make managing groups easier than ever. We simplified the handling of various access levels and permissions and made it easier to see what resources are shared with the team. Teams can be created in the Contacts app. There you can add team members and decide how you will manage the team going forward. Whether it's facilitating the sharing of a comprehensive knowledge base via collectives, accessible to all pertinent teams, or granting project leads exclusive access to Nextcloud Deck, our integrated project Kanban tool, the Teams feature simplifies management and access control throughout the hub. Nextcloud Talk allows your team to communicate anytime, anywhere, while giving you full control over your data, your privacy, and your security. Previously, when you communicated with external users, such as customers, partners, and others, you had to invite them as guests to your Nextcloud instance. Now in Hub 8, you don't need to explicitly invite external users as guests to allow them to access your Nextcloud Talk conversations. With federated chats, you can now invite external Nextcloud users with their Cloud ID to join your conversations. When they accept your invite, they will be able to participate in your conversation without ever leaving their own Nextcloud instance. You will remain in full control as the conversation data never leaves your Nextcloud instance. Oh no, you've misspelled good in your message with only one O. No worries. In Hub 8, you can now edit your messages in Talk on desktop and mobile apps. No need to delete messages and rewrite to correct them. With Hub 8, we also made Talk messages richer with the addition of support for tables, task lists, strike-through, and more. Personalize and share your ideas easier and faster today. Teams across thousands of organizations use video conferencing in Nextcloud Talk for virtual meetings and webinars. Our polls features is there to help you collect information and feedback from a large audience on a call. The polls now show up on the top of the screen, so nobody will miss them. Sharing files in Nextcloud Talk is always easy. We offered rich link previews, showing you information about deck cards or a preview of images. We now also give you the contents of documents like PDFs, note files, and even full Office documents. Beyond showing them, we went a step further and made it possible for you to edit the notes of a call or add a quick item to the table in an Office document right there in your chat. We made many more small improvements in Nextcloud Talk, like how we show the speaker who is sharing their screen during a call, or how you can now test your speakers in the devices setting before you join a call. This release of Nextcloud Hub brings you the best version yet, making your calls and daily chat easier and more fun than ever. We hope you will enjoy Nextcloud Talk, and we look forward to your feedback. Last year, we transformed data sharing and workflow management in Hub with the launch of Nextcloud Tables. This feature acts as a no-code platform, allowing users to create customizable tables for various data types, such as text, links, numbers, progress bars, star ratings, and much more. Tables makes it easy to design, manage, and share your data within and outside your organization. Now with Hub 8, we've improved tables even further by introducing applications for tables. This new functionality enables users to aggregate and combine different tables and views into comprehensive applications, directly accessible from the Nextcloud app's menu bar. Imagine streamlining your HR processes with an integrated HR application for vacation requests, with a specific table for pending, approved, and manager pending approvals. Combine this with a table for travel expenses awaiting approval and reimbursement. With all this information consolidated into a single application, your HR workflow becomes more efficient and accessible. With the new applications for tables in Hub 8, you control your data and flows easily, efficiently, and collaboratively.
Well, hello, good morning. Just a reminder, please, if you'd like to come to the stage, we're just about to start in a minute here, so please make your way to the stage. There's a bunch of empty seats. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of your Nextcloud Community Conference. We're super happy to have you here, and we are happy to be here as well. Welcome to everyone online who's joining us as well, who can't necessarily be here in person, but we appreciate you being there as well. And how was yesterday for everyone? Did you enjoy yesterday? Yes? Now, we're just about to kick off today, but we do have a few housekeeping notes for you before we get started. Now, Nextcloud Hub 9 was released yesterday. If you didn't get a chance to try it yet and you are registered for the conference, that gives you access to our community instance specifically for conference registrants. That's at conf.nextcloud.com, and you can get there by finding your login in your email. That'll allow you to set a password and get access to the very specific conference version of Nextcloud Hub 9. So you could play in there, see what the new features are like, and interact with other conference members. So if you haven't been there yet, you haven't been there yesterday, then make sure to head to the conference instance of Nextcloud to, see what you can try. We also have How long will the conference instance be available for? It'll be available all week because we also have developer sessions here all week that are happening. And so it'll be available, I think, at the very least till this coming Friday. So try it out while you still can. Of course, Nextcloud Hub 9 is also available to install now. If you go to our website, nextcloud.com/install, you can go there and install Hub 9. And if you already have Nextcloud installed, then rollouts will be happening in a staged fashion as we do with every update. So updates will come your way. Well, I don't know. It's random. Thank you. We do have here on site some toilet options. For those of you online, you know where it is. There's one just right there that I can see through the hallway just to the left of the kitchen. That one is a mixed bathroom, washroom, toilet. If you'd like something a little bit more private, you just go a little further. There's a staircase in that hallway there. Go to the first floor and turn right, and there's some options there for you that are a bit more private. Now, we do encourage you to take photos. We want you to be excited about your Nextcloud conference. However, some people might not appreciate having their photograph taken, so please be mindful of the privacy of others. And if you specifically don't want your photograph taken, you can go to the registration desk and they'll put a little dot on your registration ticket just to signal to others that maybe you want a little bit of extra privacy. But of course, we're all about privacy here. Food and drinks, my favorite topic. There will be a lunch today that you can appreciate, and our lunch break will be a little extended, an hour and a half today, so that'll give you a lot of time to mingle. There are also some drink fridges. If you didn't find them yesterday or you're new here today, there's a little bit scattered around the conference here in person. Those are for us. Feel free to grab whatever you'd like in there and take as many as you'd like. Just enjoy yourself.
Thank you, Brent. Hello, everyone. I think now we are extremely glad to announce our opening keynote, Constanze Kurz. Constanze is a well-known expert in privacy, digital rights, and mass surveillance. She's a computer scientist and a strong advocate for internet freedom. And over the years, she has been involved in many important discussions about how technology, security, and personal freedom are protected. Her commitment to protecting privacy and fighting against mass surveillance has made her a leading voice in the field. And today, her keynote, titled Mass Surveillance, it's not here, the haystack has only grown bigger, will explore how mass surveillance has expanded and what this means for all of us. Please join me in welcoming Constanze Kurz. Thank you for being here.
Hi there, thank you very much. And I feel very welcomed in that community, which looks a little bit like the hacker community. And I'm also have a little confession to make. I'm an avid user of Nextcloud since many years, even since before it was hip. So, okay, today I have a topic which is of interest for me for like 2 decades, I guess. So I'm talking about a little bit about the mass surveillance, but I take a movie which I saw this week. Again, it's a 10-year-old movie named Citizen 4 as the beginning. Because here in Berlin, the Snowden movie from Laura Poitras was shown again, and it reminded me that it's 11 years ago that the Snowden revelation began, and that the talk about mass surveillance changed forever. And so I take the Snowden files and the beginning of the public discussion about mass surveillance as a beginning for my talk, because the haystack, as you maybe remember, is a metaphor used by the former NSA director Keith Alexander. And he talked about how someone can find a needle in a haystack and that you have to pile more hay so that your haystack can even get bigger. And so I took the metaphor from him. And I think I'm not very optimistic about mass surveillance right now, given the German situation, but also the European and international situation. And I will talk about that in detail. Because I have it on my title, the haystack has only grown bigger. So this is a cover from German magazine Der Spiegel from almost 10 years ago and 2 months. And this was 1 year into the Snowden revelation. And it is fascinating that all the talk about mass surveillance lasted for at least 2.5 years. Well, a little more, even a little more, at least here in Germany, because we had that parliamentary committee which were very much involved in the research about international and also about German mass surveillance, and that kept the discussion going. And when that Der Spiegel cover was published, it was a really hard discussion for over a year about the Snowden revelations. And so that is the point where I start what happened in that decade and what we have to learn about mass surveillance right now. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the revelations of the Snowden files, which are not technical but are financial. That's the black budget. The black budget was formerly unknown, and not only was the actual number, the 52 billion per year, unknown, but actually the scale in which the intelligence community was funded. And so it's from August 23 where it was published, and the number, the 53 billion, is even a year older. And so you can maybe extrapolate what number the intelligence community, just only the US community, have right now. And when I take it in comparison to the German intelligence community, it almost doubled since that time. And that means the financial foundation of mass surveillance is grown massively in European and in the German state. And also I think we should estimate that it's also in the US budget about intelligence services. Some of the revelations were brought to court. I had my own case with 10 non-government organizations who tried to fight on a legal basis against the findings in the NSA files. And we had 2 rulings from the European Court of Human Rights, which said that the data collection from the UK intelligence services, GCHQ, was indeed violating human rights, and that it was legal, and that breached the right to privacy. And Edward Snowden was actually, if you believe his Twitter feed, he was very pleased to read that, well, we won the case. But actually, if I look back at the 2 rulings, it was a ruling that is from the year 2018, and we had another ruling from the Great Chamber when all the judges from the European Court of Human Rights came together to judge again about the case. They also said it violated human rights, and they also said we have to have more control and more transparency about those mass surveillance systems. But in the end, if I take a look what happened to the telecommunication mass surveillance in Europe, we will see that in most of the European countries which had mass surveillance of telecommunications before, they already piled up the haystack. That is in UK, where the mass surveillance on a technical basis is even larger. That is in Sweden, that is in France and Germany. And I pointed out these 4 countries because they actually have access to the telecommunication infrastructure, and they are like core infrastructure points in the telecommunication in Europe. And to a lesser extent, we also have Netherlands, Switzerland, and Finland, which all have legal bases for mass surveillance, and they extended the technical possibilities and the technical analysis possibilities. So we have the court rulings, 2 of them, and we have had the public discussions about mass surveillance, but in the end, the legal basis is there, the legal basis is extended, and for Germany, it's also that all the illegal findings of the parliamentary commissions were later legalized in a new law concerning the Bundesnachrichtendienst, the German intelligence service. So, in the end, we won the court cases, but the factual mass surveillance in technical terms and in legal terms goes on and is even extended. I have a little slide here that is were put together from the ACLU, the American Civil Liberty Union. And you see a kind of, where they tried to take all the Snowden revelations and the different programs with the weird names, which only the US intelligence service community could come up with, and they tried to, they put it in mass surveillance, bulk surveillance, domestic surveillance from the US view, or foreign surveillance, and targeted. You cannot see it right here, it's said targeted. So you see that the Snowden files were, of course, not only about mass surveillance. That was maybe in the public discussion a lot, but there were at least 36 programs which were about targeted surveillance. And it was a beginning, actually, a decade ago, for a commercialized industry of hacking services, of mercenary spyware. And so you can extrapolate from 10 years ago's techniques how this little matrix may have evolved 10 years later. So the next Snowden, which maybe comes in 2025 or will never come, we never know, what kind of operations and programs will he reveal? And I think that on that matrix, the targeted and the bulk surveillance will come together in a way, because the mercenary commercial spyware industry has grown so large, it's such a big market right now, and the intelligence services, but also the police in European countries and in North America, and basically in all democratic countries, are the customers of that industry. And I will call it industry because it's so large. They have an estimated value of $500 million a year after a decade of growing. And that is quite a lot, I guess. And when you maybe remember the Pegasus project, which Forbidden Stories in an investigation with many other media organizations revealed, we saw that it's actually not really targeted anymore, but it tends to be mass surveillance too, because at least 50,000 numbers, telephone numbers were revealed. And in the aftermath of the Pegasus project, we learned a lot about not only the actual targeted victims of the Pegasus state malware, but also about third persons who were targeted or collateral damage in a way. And so if you take it in 2024, you will at least have 200,000 people who are victims of the targeted attacks. And it's still growing. So the international campaigns trying to combat that mercenary spyware market actually failed because we don't have any real sanctions in Europe against any part of that industry until now. I just have a little, if you maybe don't know much about that state malware, which is a topic for me for like 10 years or something. I brought some of the PR slides from one of the state malware or state Trojan vendors. He's already out of the market because this is a vendor from Austria, and the Austrian police took care of that vendor because in some countries, of course, state malware had legal problems. And so you see, it's state-of-the-art computer surveillance designed for the cyber era, which enables full control, of course, and mostly it's today smartphones and not the desktop computer systems we had 10 years ago. We have, of course, complete access to all data, passwords, communication, and the like. And of course, we have a real-time location tracking, and the police or intelligence user of that software don't have to have any technical knowledge anymore. It's just a service, including maintenance and everything. They don't have to know anything about technical details anymore. It's really shiny and slick. So we also, you see that here, they're ready to provide assistance and training on advanced attack techniques, and also remote and local infiltration methods that change along with the changes of the smartphone operating systems. So it's a kind of a cat and mouse game, but it seems that although some of the US sanctions about that industry, which it's mostly against the Intellexa Alliance, which is a predator state malware, and seems to work. So some of the vendors try to reorganize, and they use new companies and new names, but it seems that the growing of that commercial spyware market is not stopped. And I have a little example later on why I believe it will even be growing more. And I have a little slide just to have a glimpse into what is the basis of all that commercial spyware. What you see here is a kind of a price list, which you can find openly in the net. It's 2 years old. It's not, well, it's not from now, but it's just to see what kind of prices are in that selling weaknesses and actual exploits, and where the most prices are, or the highest prices are paid. And that is, of course, smartphones right now. It changed from 10 years ago, it was always Microsoft operating system, and now Apple iOS and Android. And you see that the prices are much higher. We had those lists 10 years ago, and we never even dreamed of having 1 million. And now the highest prices are quite fair, or over $4 million US. Well, and it's not, of course not, one hacker in a garage anymore, but companies who try to work together to grab those prices. And it's fueled a whole market who works against us, against the users, against the companies who build software. And so I'm yeah, I'm quite surprised that for 10 years this market is growing and growing and growing, and nobody really talks about what collateral damage happens, because this is the actual damage costs which are right now and which are predicted. And I tried to have the 265 billion, but it wouldn't fit on a slide. So nobody talks about the collateral damage with that spyware, malware market causes. And they always keep complaining about ransomware everywhere, but nobody sees where the mechanisms, where the mechanisms really are. So, and not only this, but we have the first legal basis. This is from UK, from the GCHQ, who are allowed for bulk equipment interference, so they can hack on a mass scale if they want to. Let's say devices they find useful to hack. The bulk equipment interference power permits the UK intelligence services, which is basically just only GCHQ, but mostly, to hack at scale by allowing a single warrant, which is, by the way, not from a judge in UK, but it's on the government side. To cover entire classes of property, persons, or conduct. It also gives nearly unfettered power to the intelligence service to decide who and when to hack. So this is just a warrant, and it's actually not really reduced to specific persons, but they can have it for bulk equipment interference. And I guess we will see those legal bases in other countries too. This is new to Europe, but I don't think it will be the last intelligence service who got that bulk interference permit. But there's another branch growing, and mostly it's in the public debate. It's mostly about the Palantir company, which some of the people know because it's the largest in the predictive analysis software game. But there are also a lot of other companies which mostly the names are not known. And I'm talking about the new legal basis which allows police and also intelligence services to use that predictive software. Mostly in Germany, it's talk about predictive police software. We also have a constitutional court ruling here in Germany from February. It's also called the AI ruling because they consider the predictive policing software as AI nowadays, following, of course, the AI hype. But it's not only for police. We also have the intelligence services uses this predictive policing software for a decade. In Germany, at least from 2014 on. So this is also convergent, actually, in a way, to the telecommunication mass surveillance. And this is not all. We also have biometric mass surveillance. It's an ongoing discussion right now, not only in Germany, where we actually have this Thursday, the government decided about mass surveillance in a biometric sense, but we also have that in other European countries. So when I see maybe you remember, that was from the passport debate when everybody in Germany had to have his biometric face for a passport, or also if you're living for a longer time here in Germany, you have to do it too. They had that example slides for photographers mostly. But today, 10 years later, that's 12 years ago, they don't need it anymore because they have software which can handle the shadows on your face or a little hair or beards or stuff like that, or glasses. They don't need it anymore because the software is getting better and the quality of biometric recognition is much better. And they deploy it on a mass scale. And it will be law in Germany in some days, because the government already decided about it. We have the AI Act in Europe, and it permits some parts of biometric mass data collection. But actually, I don't think it holds very strong, because we will have to fight it in court, I think. And that takes 3 or 4 years, as we already know, to fight back on a legal way. So the biometric is the next, and the zombies, which is data retention, which I fight for, I don't know, 15 years or no, I think it's from 2007 ongoing. It's still alive, and they still, after every event which is publicly discussed, data retention is discussed anymore, right now too. So it's not dead. And we have 4 decisions from the European Court, and it's still ongoing debate. And I think, at least in Germany, there's a good chance that we will have it. It's, for now, it's in Germany, it's in the law, but it's not practiced, the data retention. But we have some European countries where it is actual practice. And we also have an initiative on the EU level to try to bring it into a new EU law. And there are other zombies, mass surveillance zombies. I would call the chat control, well, I don't want to talk about chat control, that's another topic, but it would be mass surveillance too. And at least we also have a new treaty, which is called the UN Cybercrime Convention, where all that mass surveillance will be mandated for every country which ratifies this Cybercrime Convention. It will be in September in the UN General Assembly. So, and not only that, in that damn treaty, they also have no provisions to combat the commercial mercenary spyware branch. So, Kate Robinson from Citizen Lab, who researches the state malware for years, said it's a vehicle for complicity in the global mercenary spy and malware trade. And if you read who is against that cybercrime convention, you see not only the technical community and many digital rights organizations, but also most of the states, democratic states, who try to change parts of that planned treaty, but couldn't, well, at least not in the final negotiations in August, could not change it. So it will be in the UN General Assembly in September, and they just only need 40 countries, which is an easy task. So we have to urge the government. I get the 1 minute sign. I have to close. We have to urge the democratic governments to not sign that treaty, which will mandate mass surveillance to every country ratifying it, and also be, will be a booster to that state malware branch. So actually, I had to add some positive news. Because I don't want it to end on such a negative note. So, when I'm thinking about the Snowden revelations, I noticed some really positive change, which I mentioned in the last minute I got. That is, we also have cool encrypted services. We have end-to-end encrypted messengers on every phone. We have a majority of internet traffic which is encrypted right now. And I think technical resistance is key. Thank you very much. That was 30 minutes. That was really 30 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think it was really fascinating and super important topic, and I'm pretty sure everyone will have some, not everyone, but a lot of people will have some question here, and also our online audience, we're checking some question. Brent, everyone having question here, maybe?
Yeah, so we have a few questions in the crowd there, if you don't mind, Estelle.
So what, in your opinion, is the final purpose of it? What are the governments looking for? Political opposition, or getting like industrial espionage, or whatever?
Well, that's a hard question actually, because the different kinds of mass surveillance have different motivations, I guess. In some cases it's just business, because there are a lot of companies earning a lot of money because they build the systems of mass surveillance. But sometimes it's also, I think it's a kind of laziness to really think about how to, in case of police mass surveillance, like data retention or something like that, how to build alternatives, and how to, have a police which is technically enabled to go after crime without, mass surveillance. But I don't think there's a general answer to that, because in the different methods of mass surveillance there are different motivations. That's what I think.
So in the Netherlands recently, there's been a couple of court cases that have been dismissed by the judge because the authorities were relying on illegally sourced camera data. What is your opinion on that? And
I learned over the last decade that we won each and every case. There's not one case against mass surveillance or question of encryption and anonymity, which we lost. But it's another question if, politicians in Europe and also in Brussels will follow that court rulings. My feeling is that they are mostly ignored or stretched to the max. And that also the respect for the rulings changed in a negative way.
Maybe to add some context to my question, what's going on is that even court cases that are done by authorities where people have either done a crime, they're being dismissed because the only evidence that they have has been illegally sourced, kind of putting pressure on the authorities to stop doing cases like that.
So I guess the question following that one is, like, what is enough surveillance? You know, I think some people argue that some surveillance is necessary to keep us all safe. I don't know if you agree with that.
Of course, some surveillance is necessary, and I don't think there's any advocate with a brain which said that we should live in a society with no surveillance. But I think all methods of mass surveillance should be really questioned, because it's obvious that you change your behavior if you know you're mass surveilled, and every step, or your biometric data, or really intimate data on your phone is surveilled.
The argument for those doing the mass surveillance would be, well, we're finding things we would never find if we were only doing targeted surveillance, and we're keeping you safer. Do you agree
Of course,
with that?
mostly in the predictive software business, that's a promise. But, well, I guess, yes, you can always have one case where you can show that actually, and they always used to do it. If you talk actually to politicians and also to the police users of those software, they can show you one case, or they can show you 10 cases where it is true. So they find something which they mostly wouldn't find if they don't connect all the databases, what basically those software do. What the software does. But I think it's not really the same question if you talk about if it's really necessary and proportionate to have mass surveillance. And so you shouldn't buy into this, even though you find cases where it's true.
What a tricky balance.
Yeah, it is a balance.
And it's hard because it matters. Yeah.
I agree.
Do we have another question from the audience? Yeah, in the back there. And online as well, if you'd like to send questions in for Constance, we would appreciate that. Just send it in the chat and we'll pick it up for you.
Hi, it's Alexander. If we compare the level of mass surveillance in Europe to the one in China, and I would call China 100%, where would you see Europe right now?
Well, there is a great difference, and that is, of course, that we have legal bases here, and we can go to court, and that we have parliamentary commissions who try to take a look at the technical practices of mass surveillance, and that we have a public debate about it. So there's a big difference. But my fear is actually that mass surveillance successes, which are talked about from China, will be an example here. They tend to look at Chinese mass surveillance or even Russian mass surveillance the other way. So I hope that the legal standards and also the human rights will hold up here in Europe, and that they don't use that efficiency argument if they talk about Chinese mass surveillance and the successes, which they talk about in China. So that is a little bit of my fear, but I see the difference that we have here in Europe being democratic countries, so we can fight it on a legal basis.
So if China is 100%, would you state Europe as 30%, 40%, 10%?
Well, if you talk me, if you ask me technically, so we have mass surveillance here. We have bulk mass surveillance on our telecommunication infrastructure. So in some cases we have that 80% here too, but they don't use it the same way. And so I think it's a qualitative difference.
Thank you.
Now to follow up that statement about the fact that we have bulk mass surveillance here, there's a question online about open source. Do you think open source helps in this area? How does it help? What can we do as open source, advocates to try to help make a difference, or does it at all?
Okay, well, I think in the end, open source and the free software movement and companies like Nextcloud, I think it can widening the window of freedom we have, but not much more. That's actually not that positive and not that optimistic, but I think it's necessary to have the technical skills and opportunities, but not really a game changer right now in questions of mass surveillance. That's what I think.
And what about with encryption technologies? I mean, we've seen a big
That's
fight.
another discussion.
Yes.
So we see the ongoing going dark debate, and we have working group on EU level, and we have the chat about the chat control legislation. So that's another thing. I think encryption is really a powerful tool, and part of the Snowden revelations were also about, backdoors, of course, buying encryption companies. There were a lot of operation against encryption. So that is another thing. I think it's a powerful tool, and we should use it every day.
It's nice to see that encryption has become more and more the default, but we are seeing fights against encryption, even in Europe, right?
Yeah, we see fights against it, but we also see that it's part of everyday usage. And even though users maybe not recognize that they have end-to-end encryption on their phones, they use it every day. And the large user base of the messengers, they mostly use end-to-end encryption as really a game changer. But also HTTPS traffic, that's the same thing. Mostly people don't know, but large part of internet traffic is encrypted now, and that is really a game changer. And that was not the case 10 years ago, so it really flipped.
That gets me to think a little bit about how you mentioned those payouts. Yeah. How if you find vulnerabilities in a certain mobile phone, then you get quite a handsome payout. Do you think this is happening with encryption as well, and it's just being kept hidden? And it's great that we're all using encryption, but it doesn't matter because they've got some backdoor. Do you think that kind of thing is happening?
I think it's not the same mechanism, actually. So if you find a vulnerability and you can show an exploit, it's something different from really invent encryption algorithms or stuff like that. But you can also talk about the implementation, of course. So you can also get money for finding a weakness in the implementation of encryption software, of course. So it's part of the game, I would say. But if you talk about the standards of encryption and how the NIST in the US is figuring out the next encryption standard, it's a very open and transparent process. It's also very specialized, so you have just a few experts worldwide which can actually understand the new theoretical the basis of that encryption algorithms. But I think it's an open and transparent process, so you have the possibility to learn about it.
Do we have any other questions in the crowd, anyone? Yes, there's one in there.
Yeah, thanks. Do you have any numbers about the efficiency of mass surveillance for law enforcement agencies? Because when you see, or when you speak to law enforcement agencies, they say this is a big tool we need to have success. And then you have data from the US. You say, okay, predictive policing is like guessing. It may work, but it doesn't work. Katharina Zweig had written a book, Ein Algorithmus hat no Taktgefühl. Oh, sorry, this was mixed up in German and English. And when you see it, mass surveillance biometrics are biased because they're trained on white people, and they're not working great with black or Asian people. And
women?
Yeah, the costs are exploding. But there is no, there's no really success in using it. It's just guessing.
And I wouldn't agree on everything. Well, and you have to. Well, it's different in biometrics recognition technology and telecommunication metadata analysis. So the efficiency question is not the primary question for me, because I think it's secondary, but we actually have some research in the last 20 years about mass surveillance and efficiency, mostly in telecommunication and data retention cases. So we have the fight over data retention for, I don't know, 15 years, and they told us if we don't have any data retention, we will all die from crime, and so apparently it's not happening. But it's actually very hard to research about that kind of mass surveillance if you don't have it, if you don't have actual data. So we have some European countries who have the, over the whole population, the metadata, telecommunication metadata. So we will have some research data about the efficiency. But it remains a secondary question for me. In biometric terms, it's different. I think the quality of recognition and the false positive rates are really something different than 10 years ago. So there will be the discrimination problem, of course, but also I tend to agree to the research which said that the quality of at least the facial recognition algorithms are much better than 10 years ago. So that means that false recognition is lower. Well, but if you have mass surveillance in biometric recognition software, then you will always have a lot of people which go under the false recognition rates. So, yeah, in the end, it's the same efficiency question, maybe, yeah. In the German tests, which we had on the station in Südkreuz here, the numbers were, oh my God, they were really bad. They, in some of the software, biometric software they test, they don't even have 50% recognition rate. This was so bad that they even tried to falsify the reports because the numbers were so low. Yeah, well, I could say a lot more about this, but won't.
Seems to me like 50% is still better than 0 for them.
Well, not in biometric tech. Well, that's like, well, you can also have it random. That would be the
False
same
positives,
rate.
Yeah, of course. Well,
That's
Fair
really
enough,
bad.
fair enough.
They should have something like 95 or 99%, and they just could show 50 or 60% recognition rate. That is really low. Where they said it was because of the shadow and the sun and the people looking down at their phones and stuff like that. But in the end, we could measure the efficiency, and it was really bad.
Are you saying if you want to protect yourself, you just need to look at your phone?
Well, they do it, and they had it on the Rolltreppe. What is a Rolltreppe? Escalator? Yeah, they had it on the escalator, and of course people were looking at their phone. That's what they usually do on escalators. It's a long escalator in the station in Südkreuz. And so they just, and also the beer problem in Berlin. You know that.
You did mention Edward Snowden right at the start of your talk. And I think when that first happened, all of that, it opened up a whole box of conversations all over the world.
Yeah, it did, and it also changed the image of mass surveillance. For, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, we could talk about it differently. In that time, I had a column in a conservative German newspaper, Frankfurter Allgemeine Zeitung. And if I read now what I wrote at that time about intelligence services and mass surveillance, it's really fascinating what I could write in a national newspaper. And the public debate changed a lot from 10 years ago. And of course, to the negative. And I think there's also, there's also the fact that a majority of people, they do not care anymore. I don't know what it is, but the public debate about privacy, about surveillance is really low, and even scandalous ideas. And the stuff we discussed this Thursday in the Bundestag about mass surveillance on facial recognition mostly, and predictive software, it doesn't have a really public debate anymore. So my feeling is that all the other crises are, for the lives of people, more important.
Does that seem very convenient?
Yeah, maybe it's about convenience too, of course, yeah, of course. So, I don't know, that's maybe not a good crowd to ask, but I think even here would be a lot of Google users and maybe a lot of users from all the technical tech companies who violates our privacy because it is convenience and you have work and your life. But I think it should be a much brighter, wider public debate about privacy, and I think we will come to this, but maybe not this year, because it's maybe not the political situation, at least not in Germany.
I guess, do you think then we need another Edward Snowden?
I'm not sure if we will have some, because the intelligence services, they learned a lot about that one whistleblower and 3 years of debate, international debate, and they were standing with their pants down, and so I don't think it will happen again on that scale. And I don't even know if it would be scandalous anymore, because the threshold for a real political scandal, it's quite high. Even the Pegasus project couldn't reach that level anymore. So we need another debate, and then we can maybe have another whistleblower. That would be good. Well, I would actually like to have a Russian whistleblower and a Chinese whistleblower too. But I don't know. Maybe I'm not enough optimistic.
It just seems like the things that are doing, let's say, with whistleblowers, even in Western countries, is...
Well, he's alive.
You kind of give up your life. You know, that's a hard choice to make.
Yeah. So we saw some of the whistleblowers which had their court case, and they are locked up in the US for many years. So maybe Edward Snowden is the case who is lucky enough to be alive, but he's in Russia, which is probably not the state he wants to live in. But actually, the European countries failed to give him asylum. And my own country and all the other European countries failed to do that. And I told about the screening of the Citizen 4 movie, and we had the head of the Parliamentary Commission, which is from the Green Party, who said some introductional words before the movie, and he said, oh, we couldn't do anything about Edward Snowden. It's such a tragic that he is locked up in Russia. And I thought, excuse me? You are part of the government. You could offer him asylum. Every European democratic country could do that. So. But, well, I'm not optimistic here, too.
It's a conscious decision not to, right? Any other questions in the crowd? Yeah, there's one here in the middle.
I can give shorter answers.
Please don't.
I think I have a short one. So I was just wondering what you meant with the metaphor, the haystack. As I got it, like, you meant that the Android and iOS software with the haystack and the needle you want to find is a leak?
No, I was referring to the haystack from the NSA haystack, which meant just data piled up. That is a haystack that I meant.
And what do you want to find in it? Like, what is the metaphor is like you want to find a needle in the haystack, or is it just a haystack? No? You didn't mean the metaphor, finding a needle in a haystack.
I think the haystack is the metaphor. You don't have to pile an extra metaphor on top of it. But also, you know, if you're piling extra hay on top, it makes it harder for those of us to find, you know, all these, well, the needles that are happening. Because, you know, how lucky are we that something like the Snowden files were revealed? I mean, these are only the things we know about.
And that's 10 years ago, so you can extrapolate what's happening in a decade. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for
yeah.
So maybe I didn't get the metaphor question.
Another question in the crowd from anyone? Yeah, there's a couple here, so maybe in the front row.
Yes, I want to know about encryption, and I think there's a lot of research about quantum computing, and it may makes encryption useless.
Yeah, that's right. And at least the hacking community really had an eye on the news about quantum computing. But, well, that would be a topic of another talk. Mostly the new encryption standards, which are now published from the NIST, are quantum computing resistant. So we have the TAC. Yeah, but, well, another question is what kind of encryption we use every day, and that is, of course, not quantum computing resistant. So, belonging to the question of mass surveillance is, if you have all the data stored, then you can also decrypt encrypted messages if you have the technology for that later on. So, of course, it belongs together. That's an important question.
Yeah, one of the most important parts of mass surveillance is the storage, right? You hold that information for 2, 3, 5, 10 years until you have the technology to make whatever you want to do with it.
Maybe it's even longer, but remembering it was right into the revelations. It was in 2014 when the NSA announced that they had the largest worldwide data center in Utah built. It was in the middle of the revelation. Everybody was talking about cutting back the intelligence services, and they just had a press statement saying we built the greatest data center ever seen on Earth. And they actually did.
Yeah, you think Google has a lot of servers.
Well, and it's getting cheaper. You have to remember, space, it doesn't cost anything anymore, so you can just pile it up. And, yeah.
I know there was another question here.
So you mentioned that the dialogue around mass surveillance has been shrinking. Don't you think the dialogue has been shifting towards more of a surveillance capitalism dialogue?
Yeah, in a way. The conferences I attended this year, there was a lot of talk about capitalism and platform capitalism, that's right. But I think it belongs to the same debate, but mass surveillance is not that often mentioned anymore. Because, to be honest, a lot of the proponents who were really critical about platform capitalism are really giving in to the software systems and operating systems they use. Well, when I see the community, which is really hard in a hard way, in a harsh, sharp way, criticizing the platform capitalism, and I look what they use and what they actually do and how the way of propagation of the ideas is, then I'm scratching my head in a way. So, yeah, maybe it's just a sign that a lot of people just gave in. Yeah, and we have to fight it.
On that note, any last words for those watching, those here in person, on what they can do?
Maybe kind of negative, but I'm not. Actually, I'm all in all, I'm optimistic because there is vibrant technical community, and technical means are means to fight back. And I see also a lot of motivated non-governmental organizations who fight back on a legal basis. We have strategic litigation right now, which is working, so I'm more positive than it maybe seemed.
We can make a difference.
Yeah, we can make a difference, right?
We can make a difference, yeah, exactly. Well, Constanze, thank you very much. Can we thank Constanze together? Thank you. Well, we do, of course, have a gift for you as a thank you from everyone here for sharing, your wisdom. But also just a massive thank you from everyone for your decades of work doing this kind of important work for us.
Well, I plan to do it in the future too.
Well, please do. Yeah, thank you. And let us know how we can help. So thank you, Constanze. Wasn't that great? I really, really, really appreciated that. Thank you as well for all of your questions. Estelle, do we have a few notes to share with the crowd? So I've been interested in mass surveillance for a long time, and just it seems like the more you learn about it, the scarier it is, but also the more important it is. So I hope some discussions over lunch will happen over these topics, and come see me. I'm always willing to talk about that.
I think we have a panel session right now with you, Brent, and Nimisha. Yeah, you can come, you can join us if you want.
Yeah, we're going to set the stage up a little bit here for the panel session that's following. So give us a few moments. Nimisha will be giving a session that is all about how to contribute to Nextcloud, looking at some contributors who've been longtime contributors to the community, and will help gain some insights into what it's like to contribute to open source. So don't go far. We'll be set up in just a minute.
Hey everyone, I invite you to join your seats. We will start the panel session actually right now. Thank you. We have more seats here if you want to join. Seats in the front. Hi, Nimisha. Should we start? No?
Ladies and gentlemen, I highly encourage you to proceed to your seats. We would like to continue with our lovely program. Please proceed to your seats. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And panelists, it would be great if you could enter the stage and keep ready for your panel discussion. Thank you.
Come on, you can join here. I think we just missed Brent over here. We start? Okay. Hello back, everyone. You can have a seat. You can have a seat. You both have a microphone. I introduce you Nimisha. She will be the moderator today for the panel session. She's working at Nextcloud in the design team, and she will explain us how to contribute to Nextcloud. Thank you, Nimisha.
Hopefully, everyone else is going to explain.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, everyone can take a seat. We can sit. Yes, need a mic. Everyone has mics.
Yes, we have.
So we are doing great. So welcome, participants and people. Thank you so much for joining today. I have my notes, so let's go. Yeah, so thank you so much for coming to this panel about how to contribute. As you know, we are all part of the Nextcloud community, and it's a really diverse community of contributors from all around the world doing lots of different stuff. And I don't think we get to hear about the experiences of our contributors enough, so which is why we're doing this panel. So we have 3 excellent people who are part of the Nextcloud community today. Thank you for joining me. And yeah, let's hear about everyone's experiences. That sounds very threatening, but I swear it's going to be very friendly. So, cool. So let me quickly introduce myself, and then we can introduce the participants as well. My name is Nimisha. I work as a designer at Nextcloud. Actually, that's pretty much it, actually. So yeah, go ahead.
So I'm Willy. I'm a moderator in a Nextcloud community forum. I'm since some years there and answering the questions and keeping the discussions healthy.
Hello, my name is Christian. I'm normally an engineer, and in my spare time I try to program stuff. I'm maintainer of one app, of the Cookbook app, and try to help Nextcloud where it's possible.
My name is Brent. I am part of the Nextcloud team. on doing marketing, which includes all manner of activities from public speaking, apparently, to podcasting and all sorts of other things, which is really great. I also host a podcast, well, several podcasts as part of Jupiter Broadcasting. Linux Unplugged is one of them, which is fairly popular all over the world, actually. And so that's, well, that begins my journey into open source.
Speaking of beginnings, excellent segue, thank you. Yeah, I'd love to know how you guys got involved in open source in the first place, because I think that's always insightful for, yeah, for people who are new and who are like, what do I do? So, yeah, you've already talked about beginnings. You can continue with your beginning.
All about beginnings. Yeah, where did it all start? I think for me, wanting to be a part of open source started with the ideals of open source. I was always interested in computing. I mean, that's probably true for many of us. Like, computers from a young age kind of fascinated me. But it wasn't until, I don't know, 15 years later that I started learning about open source and the fact that you could do more than just run, you know, Microsoft products on your hardware. And that opened up a complete world for me. I don't think this story is actually unique in that way, but for me it feels like such an important inflection moment in my life because that just put me on a completely different path. I thought I knew what computing was, and then I learned about open source computing and the free software movement and realized that's what I want to be doing. And I'm lucky enough that we get to do this every single day, which feels really nice. But learning about open source allowed me to just get interested and, you know, dive in with many, many late nights of, you know, learning all about the cathedral and the bazaar and like all these historical ideas that led to what open source and free software is today. And I just got more and more and more interested. Started looking for resources. Podcasts were some of them. I started listening to a podcast, Linux Action Show, which isn't around anymore, but was a huge influence on me and many, many others. And somehow I got involved. I went to a conference, which is Linux Fest Northwest. I went to my very first conference. I heard from many yesterday, this is their first open source tech conference, which is like, for me, that was a massive moment. And hopefully, for those who were here, that too will leave a lasting impact. But I went to that conference, made a ton of friends, because it was like the first time I was in an area where I was surrounded by like-minded people. And that was such a relief. Instead of being, you know, in my place with my cats who don't really share the same love of open source as I do. And that led to trajectories. And I ended up making friends with some of my favorite podcasters, and just by complete coincidence, I said, hey, how can I help? And they said, well, our co-host is traveling to Thailand and we have an empty chair. Do you want to help? And I was like, I have no idea how to do any of this. And I guess somehow I figured it out, because that was 8 years ago, I think, 6, 7, 8 years ago. And I've been hosting open source and Linux podcasts ever since. And that led to me being on stage here today. So you never really know where those ideas take you. So I'd say if you're curious, just chase them.
I was also 15 when I had my open source awakening. So, so would you guys also like to share how you got involved?
Yes, I'm in the IT since all the time. I'm not such young anymore, and I think it's 20, 25 years I'm doing IT professionally, and over the time I got more and more concerned about what happens to our data, who controls our data, and I didn't like the idea that Microsoft or Google or any other big tech is crawling through my photos and my documents. So I looked for the alternatives, and once I found Nextcloud, I had the feeling it is a good project. It's definitely the good chance to get rid of the big tech in my life, and that is definitely I started deploying my own instance. Like every other, I had difficulties with this, so I stumbled over the forum, asked questions. Quickly, I found I can help others, and over time I became a moderator there.
Yeah, for me it was starting more or less as a child, where I played along with Linux. This was the first experience with open source, so we played along, 2 people, my neighbor and me, and we put a network cable between our houses and tried to SSH between those 2 machines and doing fancy stuff. And with that it started, and we began to test out stuff, and yeah, once you are into this Linux world, you begin, okay, there is something like Git, there is something like source code, and in the beginning you have no chance to get any grasp on it. And at some point I switched completely to Linux. I got more and more involved with it, and at one point I was able now finally to use the tools that are involved there. And later on, maybe 5 years later or so, when I was old enough to understand programming, I was also contributing to another open source project that's in the meantime no longer existing. This is about electronic part maintenance. And from there, I had more or less some experience with Nextcloud. I had my own instance running, and I don't know why exactly I did it, but I looked into the source code of one app, and this was the beginning of my experience with Nextcloud here. So it was just some code.
Now you're here.
And now I'm sitting here.
I think all of us I can also share, because I don't think anyone has any context about me. So I actually studied electrical engineering when I was in college, and I was interested in open source in general. At the time, I was like one of the cool kids who had like a Linux machine and stuff. But when a few years later I wanted to switch over to design, because I like the aspect of helping people understand how to use something. And I was like, open source design, let me Google that, and Nextcloud popped up. So I sent out a very earnest email saying, can I please, please, please help, please? And Jan was like, cool. And since then, I've been involved in Nextcloud. So I started off as a contributor, and I think 3 years later, here we are. So starting off, I was a little bit confused about what to do. So I'm also interested to know about the, as new contributors, I don't know if we can think back to when we started contributing, what were some of the challenges you faced? Did you feel anything about the right way to contribute, for example? I'm just interested to know if we share some of the questions that we had at the beginning.
Okay, as I said, I started contributing with developing, which is maybe one of the harder ways to start contributing. For me, it was very important to get some documentation, because without documentation you don't know what you can do, what you could do, what is the idea behind things. And I had in that time the Nextcloud documentation read, about the development documentation, and it was not so much as today, but sufficient to start working with it. And this is what is really necessary in order to get younger people, at least in terms of open source younger people, into the topic of participating. But I think there are very, very different aspects that you can work with open source. You can do the hard stuff of programming in bits and bytes. Yeah, you can do that. But everyone can help, and everyone can participate. For example, I had quite some questions in my journey, and I think Willy will confirm my assumptions here, that also the interaction between people is very important. if you have questions, whatever these questions are these technical questions, are these development questions, are these just user questions, how to do something, then you need eventually either good documentation or better, someone who explains it to you. And I think as a forum user or forum administrator, you know this very well, right?
Yes, exactly. This is true. Coding is maybe the first topic when it comes to ideas how you can contribute. But code is not everything. The code itself, it doesn't run, and especially a complex application like Nextcloud is maybe not a very good place to start because it's hard to understand and it's really complex. Joining the forum and reading the questions, answering the questions, asking the questions, you don't need any expertise, any technical expertise to have. It's really easy. You can just read through the topics, pick one you are interested in, and help somebody. Often people trying to start with Nextcloud have no idea how to set up a system, how to configure the system, how to administer the system, how to create users, how to set up access rights. And this is an important topic to cover, which is sometimes better, sometimes not such good explained in the docs. Writing the docs is an area everybody can contribute as well, and this is maybe as important as writing code.
Am I audible? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, so yeah, I agree, because one of the first things that I did when I joined was to work on the documentation, because it seemed like one of the more accessible things that a new person could do. And Brent, do you have any thoughts about someone who's maybe involved in the not technical side?
I have many thoughts, because that's my primary way actually to contribute to open source projects. I guess I find a lot of bugs, just one of the things that I'm known for. I looked just before this talk because I thought it's always fun. So my current, at least on GitHub, which is only one of the platforms that I've helped projects with just filing what I think are really good bug reports. I have a whole, I think it's, filing bug reports is really important. Filing good bug reports is even more important. And I'm up to like 283 issues at least submitted. That is a lot of issues. But I think it's not about how many, because I've noticed that people are happy to learn about the issues that are happening in their projects, Nextcloud included, because then they can learn about how to fix it. If they don't know the problem exists, I can even begin to fix a problem. So non-technical contributions to projects, I think often get, I don't want to say forgotten, but they are kind of minimized in their importance, because so many of us come to these projects with coding first, right? Think, oh, I can contribute because I know how to contribute some coding. But really, like, a lot of translations and even just filing issues, or like moderators of forums and repositories and all of the people doing like the, you can almost call it the human work, not to take away from coding, is equally important, because it's kind of the voice of users as well, right? And so we create software, I think primarily for the users, or I hope so. And so hearing from them in a variety of different ways, either through issues or through forums or other ways like that, is hugely important to understanding the user base, right? And so if you're a passionate user of a project, especially Nextcloud, just share your passion somehow. Through an issue is my way of doing it. I don't know why, but that really works for me. But like, find your thing. If you have a passion, just like go in there and share basically your ideas and there's no bad idea, I think.
There are 287 ideas is a lot of ideas.
83.
83. Okay, I'm so sorry.
I'll have to file a couple more over lunch.
That's okay, yeah. But I think we talked about challenges while starting off. I think you mentioned that forum moderation and maybe documentation is something that's sort of easier to get into. But over the years, like, how has your experience with the community like evolved and changed? Because we've all been part of open source in general for a long time, and Nextcloud also for a while. Maybe, ironically, I think I've been involved for the least amount of time here. But yeah, maybe it would be, I'm really interested to know how the community has changed over the years and your experiences dealing with something, you know, like more than 5 years ago versus right now. I don't know, maybe Brent, you can start off, because you also talked about, you know, community meetups and stuff. So how has that changed over the years?
Yeah, I think there's there are two questions there. One, how has it changed for me personally? But two is like, how have communities generally changed? Because I think that's also somewhat true. Like we see, like GitHub is pretty much the de facto way of doing open source now. Whether we like the centralization or not, it is a great platform, right? But previous to that, I mean, people were doing contributions through email. I mean, the Linux kernel still does that kind of regularly. Yeah.
IRC also.
Well, exactly, right? So as the technology changes, the way that communities gather changes. I mean, we have a lot of really great decentralized solutions now, like Matrix. A lot of communities are, you know, have Matrix servers and things like that. So the ways to gather as community are evolving, I think, in ways that we appreciate. I mean, you still have like centralized things like Discord and stuff, but not every project can host their own Matrix instance. Tell me how I know. But like, as far as a personal journey, I think that also evolves, right? And I mentioned, like, if you're interested in something, just dive in, because that's always the inflection point for all sorts of new adventures. For me personally, it was like, oh, I'll write a couple like issues here and there for a few projects, and then, you know, fast forward a year down the road, and I get asked to basically be a community management, or I guess DevRel, or I don't know what title you want to give it, but Jupiter Broadcasting was doing a new website that was totally community based. So we basically said, community, like, help us build the website you want us to have. And it was a bit of an experiment. In the end, it was actually a massive success. We have like 100 contributors for a tiny little, it's just a tiny little website, right? But it's using some cool technologies, Hugo, if you care. But the experience for me in helping to assemble the community and make them feel welcomed in that particular open source project was an eye-opener, because I had always been on the other side of things. But as you become more and more involved in a project, well, you get trusted and people see your value and they say, hey, you're really passionate about this project. We should have you do more things. And so that evolution is super exciting as someone who's interested in open source, because, like, well, I didn't know how to contribute before. And so I did what I thought, but a bunch of people mentored me and said, hey, like, here's how you use GitHub. That's an important thing to learn. Here's how you contribute with other people. They will have comments on your contributions. Don't take it personally. That's just the process. But then that evolves into something else, and you get more and more responsibility, get more connected with people who are interested in the kinds of contributions you're connected to. And all of a sudden you find yourself doing some pretty amazing things. So I think look for that evolution in yourself and also in the projects that you help, because it's, I think, super exciting.
Yeah, I think that inflection point from for information to being someone who's like an expert, or like someone who comes to you for information, is super, super exciting. So I don't know, do you have anything to share as a forum moderator who was, you know, I don't know, you said that you were involved in forums at the beginning. How did that change for you over the years?
As we learned yesterday, the community grown really high over the years. With a conference, I don't remember, 8 years ago with 15 people, and yesterday close to 300. You can see it here already. I think similar evolution happens in the forum. There are much more users now than have been before, and I have the feeling we have more active members. We still not have enough. we always look for more joiners, for more members who can cover different topics. But I have the feeling that it improves in the quality and in the quantity.
Can I ask you a bit more about the forum, if you don't mind? What do you think is the primary attraction to the forum for someone who's going there? Like, what do you get out of the forum for someone who wants to join who hasn't?
You learn another view on the technology, on the interaction. Again, I'm doing IT for 20 years professionally, and I was surprised. Okay, maybe you should not, but I didn't expect to see people without any technical background, without any technical understanding, to starting with self-hosting. I think this maybe not expected. Often they don't know what they are doing. Say it this way.
Yeah, confirm still.
Because there are many tutorials on YouTube and so on. Start your Nextcloud in 5 minutes, and this is exactly the point. You can install any application, not only Nextcloud, even complex applications you can set up within minutes. But it is not where the journey ends. It's just the begin. Then when it's running, when you create your first user, you have to think about the data, about the backup, about restore, about monitoring, protecting against attackers, and so on. And this is often overseen, especially from the beginners on self-hosting, and this is where we definitely need more support, and this is, I think, a good motivation if you see that you helped somebody to resolve a problem, to protect their data, and to keep their photographs and private things private.
Christian, I saw you nodding vigorously for when Willie said that people are starting self-hosting without knowing what they're doing, which I can personally confirm. So, would you like to share?
I can confirm as well. I can confirm also your statement about having two distinct questions about personal experience and community involvement. And community involvement and community changes, I think, over the last years, it has significantly increased. I think we agree all on that. And with this increased size, I think many newcomers have come in. Many people that have not yet much experience in IT in general, networking, security, all this stuff. This somehow balances again with my personal experience, because I'm getting more and more experience, because time goes on and you get more information together. So it's also two factors. So your personal viewing angle also changes. So you see the problems as smaller compared to maybe 4 years ago. Yeah, so we have also to put that in the equation, that we change while we learn more. But what I mean is, also I try to help in the forum, and when I see newcomers, I'm more in the development, so sorry, not too much in the admin page, but in the developer forum I see quite many questions popping up, Sometimes they are very basic, sometimes they are a bit more involved, and many of them can be answered relatively fast. Some are not optimally posed, yeah, okay. So you could help yourself better if you put more information there. But in the end, what I see is an increase in such starting questions, which leads to my personal conclusion that the community has started to work on their own, has started to get more smaller apps running. I think, I'm not sure, maybe someone of you knows of this, that the number of apps increases more or less, I don't know. But my personal experience that more users, more newcomers start new apps, also due to the fact that Nextcloud promotes this, we can help you creating an app, and we had also this discussion or this workshop yesterday, how to create an app, and so on and so on. Nextcloud tries to push that, and that's okay, because people learn things that way. And I think you see that also in the community, that the new coming persons is quite a steady stream of people coming to Nextcloud and trying their best to bring this ecosystem forward.
I would say, I mean, you've both been part of the Nextcloud community for quite a long time now. How do you mentor those new users, those new self-hosters, right? I mean, I've been self-hosting Nextcloud for like 7 years now. I still don't feel like I know what I'm doing. So how do you mentor the people who are like you were when you first joined, and give them a positive experience through the journey of like contributing to something like Nextcloud?
This is hard. In fact, it's really hard because you don't know the people. And you don't know what they are doing, what they are thinking, what their principles are. Now we get into the philosophy and psychology. In fact, I try to be as honest as possible to them. So if they say something to me, how can I do this and that? I ask them, why? Why do you want to do that? Because often it's like they have something in their mind, some bigger problem, what they want to achieve, and they don't know that's already solved. In Nextcloud, we have many solutions already present. And sometimes it's just a small ping in the right direction to get them doing. And sometimes it's that they are coming in like a bull, breaking in the house, and then, yeah, you cannot do much about them. But if they are, you need a bit of a feeling how they write and how they interact with you, and then I think you can, motivate them.
Considering we have 3 minutes, I want to ask the one last question, which I am personally very invested in, which is how we can improve our community. Somehow the last 3 panel sessions about how to contribute, this question has not been asked, so I would really like to know, but maybe we can keep it short because Brent has promised a 1.5-hour lunch break. So I would be really interested to know your thoughts on how we can improve in the future.
My biggest wish would be that we have more active members answering easy questions, but also to see much more developers like Christian in the forum, because there are not only simple questions, there are even hard questions which might be misplaced on the GitHub because it's maybe not a bug, but just a complex question, a design question, why this is working this way and not another. And definitely I would like to welcome much more developers in the forum.
That is true. In general, I would say we have also different things. One is the community. We need more people involved, and also not only taking but giving. So that's the point here. Once people are already at a certain point, look back what you have done and give that to the others. That's the point of open source, in fact. And the other thing is, from Nextcloud, we have quite some assistance, quite some help, and we might be able to use that to our best effort as a community.
Well, I think I share the belief that all problems are communication problems, in the end, if you dig far enough. And I think really when it comes to community, all of us communicating together is really the key to all of this. I mean, this conference is an amazing opportunity to meet the people that you work with online, right? I mean, I met a contributor who's been contributing for 5 years or something like that, and I've been interacting with them for like 3 years and finally got to meet them. And that kind of stuff is magical if you could do it in person, but we can't because we're spread all over the world, right? I mean, I came from the other side of the planet. I'm lucky enough to be able to do that, but we need to think of the, you know, the people who are a little everywhere. And how do we communicate to make everyone feel included in the community? That's a really hard problem to solve. But I think we have the skills together to solve that problem, right? And to make everyone feel included when they're first starting on day one, because that's a hard day. You know, you took the leap to put yourself out there and to say, hey, I care about this project. I don't know how to help, but I'd like to. So it's important to help those people get to the next step. But also for those who've been doing it for an extremely long time, how do we keep them around so they can mentor other community members, right? And those are big asks. It's easy for me to mention them, but I think it's all of our responsibility to make sure that we make this community as approachable as possible and as exciting to be a part of as possible. And so, I mean, help us do that, right? It's the most important thing we can do.
So speaking of first steps, if you are inspired to contribute, if you haven't been doing yet, to Nextcloud specifically, you can go to nextcloud.com/contribute. I don't know if the projector is in frame. This will make no sense to someone who's watching online, but nextcloud.com/contribute. Yes, it is. So yeah, please go there, and you can find out a lot more about contributing to code, translations, documentation, design. You can also go to nextcloud.com/design. That's a personal plug. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us online as well. And I will finally let you go and have your lunches. So enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you.
Now, of course, this is not the last part of the conference. We'll have a little lunch break, but make sure to come back at 1:30. Am I getting nods? Yes, 1:30. We have other programming that's very, very interesting, and you can see all about that at nextcloud.com/conf to find the agenda. And yeah, join us then, and thank you for being here.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey Carl, nice hair by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details. Our new Teams feature in Hub 8 is designed to make managing groups easier than ever. We simplified the handling of various access levels and permissions and made it easier to see what resources are shared with the team. Teams can be created in the Contacts app. There you can add team members and decide how you will manage the team going forward. Whether it's facilitating the sharing of a comprehensive knowledge base via collectives, accessible to all pertinent teams, or granting project leads exclusive access to Nextcloud Deck, our integrated project Kanban tool. The Teams feature simplifies management and access control throughout the hub. Nextcloud Talk allows your team to communicate anytime, anywhere, while giving you full control over your data, your privacy, and your security. Previously, when you communicated with external users, such as customers, partners, and others, you had to invite them as guests to your Nextcloud instance. Now in Hub 8, you don't need to explicitly invite external users as guests to allow them to access your Nextcloud Talk conversations. With federated chats, you can now invite external Nextcloud users with their Cloud ID to join your conversations. When they accept your invite, they will be able to participate in your conversation without ever leaving their own Nextcloud instance. You'll remain in full control as the conversation data never leaves your Nextcloud instance. Oh no, you've misspelled good in your message, with only one O. No worries. In Hub 8, you can now edit your messages in Talk on desktop and mobile apps. No need to delete messages and rewrite to correct them. With Hub 8, we also made Talk messages richer with the addition of support for tables, task lists, strike-through, and more. Personalize and share your ideas easier and faster today. Teams across thousands of organizations use video conferencing in Nextcloud Talk for virtual meetings and webinars. Our polls features is there to help you collect information and feedback from a large audience on a call. The polls now show up on the top of the screen, so nobody will miss them. Sharing files in Nextcloud Talk is always easy. We offered rich link previews, showing you information about deck cards or a preview of images. We now also give you the contents of documents like PDFs, note files, and even full Office documents. Beyond showing them, we went a step further and made it possible for you to edit the notes of a call or add a quick item to the table in an Office document right there in your chat. We made many more small improvements in Nextcloud Talk, like how we show the speaker who is sharing their screen during a call, or how you can now test your speakers in the devices setting before you join a call. This release of Nextcloud Hub brings you the best version yet, making your calls and daily chat easier and more fun than ever. We hope you will enjoy Nextcloud Talk, and we look forward to your feedback. Last year, we transformed data sharing and workflow management in Hub with the launch of Nextcloud Tables. This feature acts as a no-code platform, allowing users to create customizable tables for various data types such as text, links, numbers, progress bars, star ratings, and much more. Tables makes it easy to design, manage, and share your data within and outside your organization. Now with Hub 8, we've improved tables even further by introducing applications for tables. This new functionality enables users to aggregate and combine different tables and views into comprehensive applications, directly accessible from the Nextcloud Apps menu bar. Imagine streamlining your HR processes with an integrated HR application for vacation requests, with a specific table for pending, approved, and manager pending approvals. Combine this with a table for travel expenses awaiting approval and reimbursement. With all this information consolidated into a single application, your HR workflow becomes more efficient and accessible. With the new applications for tables in Hub 8, you control your data and flows easily, efficiently, and collaboratively. Nextcloud Groupware helps you handle your email, tasks, and meetings. It is designed to make your life easier, using the Nextcloud Assistant to save you time. For example, when reading mail, you might bump into a message you think warrants a team discussion. When you then create a meeting from Nextcloud Mail, the assistant will suggest a relevant title and description based on that mail. There are more challenges in Mail beyond creating tasks and calendar invitations, of course. Managing your email workload can be a big task. The Nextcloud Assistant is there to help you, summarizing long email discussions. And when you have to answer emails, it proposes answers to save you time. You just choose the best reply, make your own edits, and send it out. Our calendar app is also smart. We all face that challenge of coordinating meetings with multiple colleagues, each with their own busy schedules. Nextcloud Calendar helps you out, suggesting the first available time slot that works for everybody you wanted to invite, taking into account their availability and time zones. Nextcloud Groupware is widely accessible from other applications in Nextcloud Hub. You can share a deck card in a talk room or link to a calendar. This integration means Nextcloud Hub is more than the sum of its parts, giving you and your team more and more efficient ways of finding, sharing, and working on data. We look forward to hear how Nextcloud Hub helps you be productive and what ideas you might have to improve things even further. Together, we make Nextcloud better. Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
From Nextcloud, and today is Nextcloud Enterprise Day. We're having some amazing discussions and speakers, and we want to know, what do you think of Nextcloud Enterprise Day?
Enterprise Day is cool. It's just exciting to see so many people here.
Really excited. We had a great presentation this morning.
Very interesting, very impressive. The new updates are amazing.
I love it because I'm meeting already a lot of people and all have the same mindset.
Absolutely fantastic. I really enjoyed the location.
And also I enjoyed the community, to be able to talk face to face to all of the sales engineers, pre-sales, and even to the CEO, because he's all around.
This is the second time we come to the Enterprise Day, and it's very interesting and useful to meet each other and have a network.
Sometimes you think you've seen it all, and then you come here and see thousands of new ways to use Nextcloud, and that we go back home like loaded with ideas, and that made it very worth it.
I have to say I was very inspired also just by the morning session, just to see new features that are coming out, especially the work that's done on ethical AI. I thought that was very interesting.
I learned a lot about the new releases. I was quite a surprise to see how many developments you guys have done in the past few months. Also got the chance to connect with a lot of people.
It was a great day. We learned about many new features from Nextcloud.
Everybody should come. It was a lovely day. We really enjoyed it. There were customers and the Nextcloud stuff, and it's great. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Thank you so much for coming to Nextcloud Enterprise Day, and we can't wait to see you next time.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right, and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey Carl, nice hair by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details. Our new Teams feature in Hub 8 is designed to make managing groups easier than ever. We simplified the handling of various access levels and permissions and made it easier to see what resources are shared with the team. Teams can be created in the Contacts app. There you can add team members and decide how you will manage the team going forward. Whether it's facilitating the sharing of a comprehensive knowledge base via collectives, accessible to all pertinent teams, or granting project leads exclusive access to Nextcloud Deck, our integrated project Kanban tool, the Teams feature simplifies management and access control throughout the hub. Nextcloud Talk allows your team to communicate anytime, anywhere, while giving you full control over your data, your privacy, and your security. Previously, when you communicated with external users, such as customers, partners, and others, you had to invite them as guests to your Nextcloud instance. Now in Hub 8, you don't need to explicitly invite external users as guests to allow them to access your Nextcloud Talk conversations. With federated chats, you can now invite external Nextcloud users with their Cloud ID to join your conversations. When they accept your invite, they will be able to participate in your conversation without ever leaving their own Nextcloud instance. You will remain in full control as the conversation data never leaves your Nextcloud instance. Oh no, you've misspelled good in your message, with only one O. No worries. In Hub 8, you can now edit your messages in Talk on desktop and mobile apps. No need to delete messages and rewrite to correct them. With Hub 8, we also made Talk messages richer with the addition of support for tables, task lists, strike-through, and more. Personalize and share your ideas easier and faster today. Teams across thousands of organizations use video conferencing in Nextcloud Talk for virtual meetings and webinars. Our polls features is there to help you collect information and feedback from a large audience on a call. The polls now show up on the top of the screen, so nobody will miss them. Sharing files in Nextcloud Talk is always easy. We offered rich link previews, showing you information about deck cards or a preview of images. We now also give you the contents of documents like PDFs, note files, and even full Office documents. Beyond showing them, we went a step further and made it possible for you to edit the notes of a call or add a quick item to the table in an Office document right there in your chat. We made many more small improvements in Nextcloud Talk, like how we show the speaker who is sharing their screen during a call, or how you can now test your speakers in the devices setting before you join a call. This release of Nextcloud Hub brings you the best version yet, making your calls and daily chat easier and more fun than ever. We hope you will enjoy Nextcloud Talk, and we look forward to your feedback. Last year, we transformed data sharing and workflow management in Hub with the launch of Nextcloud Tables. This feature acts as a no-code platform, allowing users to create customizable tables for various data types such as text, links, numbers, progress bars, star ratings, and much more. Tables makes it easy to design, manage, and share your data within and outside your organization. Now with Hub 8, we've improved tables even further by introducing applications for tables. This new functionality enables users to aggregate and combine different tables and views into comprehensive applications, directly accessible from the Nextcloud app's menu bar. Imagine streamlining your HR processes with an integrated HR application for vacation requests, with a specific table for pending, approved, and manager pending approvals. Combine this with a table for travel expenses awaiting approval and reimbursement. With all this information consolidated into a single application, your HR workflow becomes more efficient and accessible. With the new applications for tables in Hub 8, you control your data and flows, easily, efficiently, and collaboratively. Nextcloud Groupware helps you handle your email, tasks, and meetings. It is designed to make your life easier, using the Nextcloud Assistant to save you time. For example, when reading mail, you might bump into a message you think warrants a team discussion. When you then create a meeting from Nextcloud Mail, the assistant will suggest a relevant title and description based on that mail. There are more challenges in Mail beyond creating tasks and calendar invitations, of course. Managing your email workload can be a big task. The Nextcloud Assistant is there to help you, summarizing long email discussions. And when you have to answer emails, it proposes answers to save you time. You just choose the best reply, make your own edits, and send it out. Our calendar app is also smart. We all face that challenge of coordinating meetings with multiple colleagues, each with their own busy schedules. Nextcloud Calendar helps you out, suggesting the first available time slot that works for everybody you wanted to invite, taking into account their availability and time zones. Nextcloud Groupware is widely accessible from other applications in Nextcloud Hub. You can share a deck card in a talk room or link to a calendar. This integration means Nextcloud Hub is more than the sum of its parts, giving you and your team more and more efficient ways of finding, sharing, and working on data. We look forward to hear how Nextcloud Hub helps you be productive, and what ideas you might have to improve things even further. Together, we make Nextcloud better. Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
From Nextcloud, and today is Nextcloud Enterprise Day. We're having some amazing discussions and speakers, and we want to know, what do you think of Nextcloud Enterprise Day?
Enterprise Day is cool. It's just exciting to see so many people here.
Really excited. We had a great presentation this morning.
Very interesting, very impressive. The new updates are amazing.
I love it because I'm meeting already a lot of people and all have the same mindset.
Absolutely fantastic. I really enjoyed the location and also I enjoyed the community, to be able to talk face to face to all of the sales engineers, pre-sales, and even to the CEO because he's all around.
This is the second time we come to the Enterprise Day, and it's very interesting and useful to meet each other and have a network.
Sometimes you think you've seen it all, and then you come here and see thousands of new ways to use Nextcloud, and that we go back home like loaded with ideas, and that made it very worth it.
I have to say I was very inspired also just by the morning session, just to see new features that are coming out, especially the work that's done on ethical AI. I thought that was very interesting.
I learned a lot about the new releases. It was quite a surprise to see how many developments you guys have done in the past few months. Also got the chance to connect with a lot of people.
It was a great day. We learned about many new features from Nextcloud.
Everybody should come. It was a lovely day. We really enjoyed it. There were customers and the Nextcloud stuff, and it's great. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Thank you so much for coming to Nextcloud Enterprise Day, and we can't wait to see you next time.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey Carl, nice hair by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details. Our new Teams feature in Hub 8 is designed to make managing groups easier than ever. We simplified the handling of various access levels and permissions and made it easier to see what resources are shared with the team. Teams can be created in the Contacts app. There you can add team members and decide how you will manage the team going forward. Whether it's facilitating the sharing of a comprehensive knowledge base via collectives, accessible to all pertinent teams, or granting project leads exclusive access to Nextcloud Deck, our integrated project Kanban tool. The Teams feature simplifies management and access control throughout the hub. Nextcloud Talk allows your team to communicate anytime, anywhere, while giving you full control over your data, your privacy, and your security. Previously, when you communicated with external users, such as customers, partners, and others, you had to invite them as guests to your Nextcloud instance. Now in Hub 8, you don't need to explicitly invite external users as guests to allow them to access your Nextcloud Talk conversations. With federated chats, you can now invite external Nextcloud users with their Cloud ID to join your conversations. When they accept your invite, they will be able to participate in your conversation without ever leaving their own Nextcloud instance. You will remain in full control as the conversation data never leaves your Nextcloud instance. Oh no, you've misspelled good in your message with only one O. No worries. In Hub 8, you can now edit your messages in Talk on desktop and mobile apps. No need to delete messages and rewrite to correct them. With Hub 8, we also made Talk messages richer with the addition of support for tables, task lists, strike-through, and more. Personalize and share your ideas easier and faster today. Teams across thousands of organizations use video conferencing in Nextcloud Talk for virtual meetings and webinars. Our polls features is there to help you collect information and feedback from a large audience on a call. The polls now show up on the top of the screen, so nobody will miss them. Sharing files in Nextcloud Talk is always easy. We offered rich link previews, showing you information about deck cards or a preview of images. We now also give you the contents of documents like PDFs, note files, and even full Office documents. Beyond showing them, we went a step further and made it possible for you to edit the notes of a call or add a quick item to the table in an Office document right there in your chat. We made many more small improvements in Nextcloud Talk, like how we show the speaker who is sharing their screen during a call, or how you can now test your speakers in the devices setting before you join a call. This release of Nextcloud Hub brings you the best version yet, making your calls and daily chat easier and more fun than ever. We hope you will enjoy Nextcloud Talk, and we look forward to your feedback. Last year, we transformed data sharing and workflow management in Hub with the launch of Nextcloud Tables. This feature acts as a no-code platform, allowing users to create customizable tables for various data types such as text, links, numbers, progress bars, star ratings, and much more. Tables makes it easy to design, manage, and share your data within and outside your organization. Now with Hub 8, we've improved tables even further by introducing applications for tables. This new functionality enables users to aggregate and combine different tables and views into comprehensive applications, directly accessible from the Nextcloud app's menu bar. Imagine streamlining your HR processes with an integrated HR application for vacation requests, with a specific table for pending, approved, and manager pending approvals. Combine this with a table for travel expenses awaiting approval and reimbursement. With all this information consolidated into a single application, your HR workflow becomes more efficient and accessible. With the new applications for tables in Hub 8, you control your data and flows, easily, efficiently, and collaboratively. Nextcloud Groupware helps you handle your email, tasks, and meetings. It is designed to make your life easier, using the Nextcloud Assistant to save you time. For example, when reading mail, you might bump into a message you think warrants a team discussion. When you then create a meeting from Nextcloud Mail, the Assistant will suggest a relevant title and description based on that mail. There are more challenges in Mail beyond creating tasks and calendar invitations, of course. Managing your email workload can be a big task. The Nextcloud Assistant is there to help you, summarizing long email discussions. And when you have to answer emails, it proposes answers to save you time. You just choose the best reply, make your own edits, and send it out. Our calendar app is also smart. We all face that challenge of coordinating meetings with multiple colleagues, each with their own busy schedules. Nextcloud Calendar helps you out, suggesting the first available time slot that works for everybody you wanted to invite, taking into account their availability and time zones. Nextcloud Groupware is widely accessible from other applications in Nextcloud Hub. You can share a deck card in a talk room or link to a calendar. This integration means Nextcloud Hub is more than the sum of its parts, giving you and your team more and more efficient ways of finding, sharing, and working on data. We look forward to hear how Nextcloud Hub helps you be productive and what ideas you might have to improve things even further. Together, we make Nextcloud better. Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
From Nextcloud, and today is Nextcloud Enterprise Day. We're having some amazing discussions and speakers, and we want to know, what do you think of Nextcloud Enterprise Day?
Enterprise Day is cool. It's just exciting to see so many people here.
Really excited. We had a great presentation this morning.
Very interesting, very impressive. The new updates are amazing.
I love it because I'm meeting already a lot of people and all have the same mindset.
Absolutely fantastic. I really enjoyed the location and also I enjoyed the community to be able to talk face to face to all of the sales engineers, pre-sales and even to the CEO because he's all around.
This is the second time we come to the Enterprise Day and it's very interesting and useful to meet each other and have a network.
Sometimes you think you've seen it all, and then you come here and see thousands of new ways to use Nextcloud, and that we go back home like loaded with ideas, and that made it very worth it.
I have to say I was very inspired also just by the morning session, just to see new features that are coming out, especially the work that's done on ethical AI. I thought that was very interesting.
I learned a lot about the new releases. It was quite a surprise to see how many developments you guys have done in the past few months. Also get the chance to connect with a lot of people.
It was a great day. We learned about many new features from Nextcloud.
Everybody should come. It was a lovely day. We really enjoyed it. There were customers and the Nextcloud staff, and it's great. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Thank you so much for coming to Nextcloud Enterprise Day, and we can't wait to see you next time.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey Carl, nice hair by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details. Our new Teams feature in Hub 8 is designed to make managing groups easier than ever. We simplified the handling of various access levels and permissions and made it easier to see what resources are shared with the team. Teams can be created in the Contacts app. There you can add team members and decide how you will manage the team going forward. Whether it's facilitating the sharing of a comprehensive knowledge base via collectives, accessible to all pertinent teams, or granting project leads exclusive access to Nextcloud Deck, our integrated project Kanban tool, the Teams feature simplifies management and access control throughout the hub. Nextcloud Talk allows your team to communicate anytime, anywhere, while giving you full control over your data, your privacy, and your security. Previously, when you communicated with external users, such as customers, partners, and others, you had to invite them as guests to your Nextcloud instance. Now in Hub 8, you don't need to explicitly invite external users as guests to allow them to access your Nextcloud Talk conversations. With federated chats, you can now invite external Nextcloud users with their Cloud ID to join your conversations. When they accept your invite, they will be able to participate in your conversation without ever leaving their own Nextcloud instance. You will remain in full control as the conversation data never leaves your Nextcloud instance. Oh no, you've misspelled good in your message, with only one O. No worries. In Hub 8, you can now edit your messages in Talk on desktop and mobile apps. No need to delete messages and rewrite to correct them. With Hub 8, we also made Talk messages richer with the addition of support for tables, task lists, strike-through, and more. Personalize and share your ideas easier and faster today. Teams across thousands of organizations use video conferencing in Nextcloud Talk for virtual meetings and webinars. Our polls features is there to help you collect information and feedback from a large audience on a call. The polls now show up on the top of the screen, so nobody will miss them. Sharing files in Nextcloud Talk is always easy. We offered rich link previews, showing you information about deck cards or a preview of images. We now also give you the contents of documents like PDFs, note files, and even full Office documents. Beyond showing them, we went a step further and made it possible for you to edit the notes of a call or add a quick item to the table in an Office document right there in your chat. We made many more small improvements in Nextcloud Talk, like how we show the speaker who is sharing their screen during a call, or how you can now test your speakers in the devices setting before you join a call. This release of Nextcloud Hub brings you the best version yet, making your calls and daily chat easier and more fun than ever. We hope you will enjoy Nextcloud Talk, and we look forward to your feedback. Last year, we transformed data sharing and workflow management in Hub with the launch of Nextcloud Tables. This feature acts as a no-code platform, allowing users to create customizable tables for various data types such as text, links, numbers, progress bars, star ratings, and much more. Tables makes it easy to design, manage, and share your data within and outside your organization. Now with Hub 8, we've improved tables even further by introducing applications for tables. This new functionality enables users to aggregate and combine different tables and views into comprehensive applications, directly accessible from the Nextcloud app's menu bar. Imagine streamlining your HR processes with an integrated HR application for vacation requests, with a specific table for pending, approved, and manager pending approvals. Combine this with a table for travel expenses awaiting approval and reimbursement. With all this information consolidated into a single application, your HR workflow becomes more efficient and accessible. With the new Applications for Tables in Hub 8, you control your data and flows, easily, efficiently, and collaboratively. Nextcloud Groupware helps you handle your email, tasks, and meetings. It is designed to make your life easier, using the Nextcloud Assistant to save you time. For example, when reading mail, you might bump into a message you think warrants a team discussion. When you then create a meeting from Nextcloud Mail, the assistant will suggest a relevant title and description based on that mail. There are more challenges in Mail beyond creating tasks and calendar invitations, of course. Managing your email workload can be a big task. The Nextcloud Assistant is there to help you, summarizing long email discussions. And when you have to answer emails, it proposes answers to save you time. You just choose the best reply, make your own edits, and send it out. Our calendar app is also smart. We all face that challenge of coordinating meetings with multiple colleagues, each with their own busy schedules. Nextcloud Calendar helps you out, suggesting the first available time slot that works for everybody you wanted to invite, taking into account their availability and time zones. Nextcloud Groupware is widely accessible from other applications in Nextcloud Hub. You can share a deck card in a talk room or link to a calendar. This integration means Nextcloud Hub is more than the sum of its parts, giving you and your team more and more efficient ways of finding, sharing, and working on data. We look forward to hear how Nextcloud Hub helps you be productive, and what ideas you might have to improve things even further. Together, we make Nextcloud better. Computers revolutionized office productivity. Networks made it easy to share files with each other, optimizing the flow of documents. Today, Nextcloud unlocks the real productivity of teams, bringing context to content and real-time collaboration to working together. Get work done. Nextcloud.
from Nextcloud, and today is Nextcloud Enterprise Day. We're having some amazing discussions and speakers, and we want to know, what do you think of Nextcloud Enterprise Day?
Enterprise Day is cool. It's just exciting to see so many people here.
Really excited. We had a great presentation this morning.
Very interesting, very impressive. The new updates are amazing.
I love it because I'm meeting already a lot of people and all have the same mindset.
Absolutely fantastic. I really enjoyed the location, and also I enjoyed the community, to be able to talk face to face to all of the sales engineers, pre-sales, and even to the CEO, because he's all around.
This is the second time we come to the Enterprise Day, and it's very interesting and useful to meet each other and have a network.
Sometimes you think you've seen it all, and then you come here and see thousands of new ways to use Nextcloud, and that we go back home like loaded with ideas, and that made it very worth it.
I have to say I was very inspired also just by the morning session, just to see new features that are coming out, especially the work that's done on ethical AI. I thought that was very interesting.
I learned a lot about the new releases. It was quite a surprise to see how many developments you guys have done in the past few months. Also got the chance to connect with a lot of people.
It was a great day. We learned about many new features from Nextcloud.
Everybody should come. It was a lovely day. We really enjoyed it. There were customers and the Nextcloud stuff, and it's great. It's amazing. Thank you for being here. I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Thank you so much for coming to Nextcloud Enterprise Day, and we can't wait to see you next time.
We believe privacy is a fundamental human right, and everybody should have access to secure communication free from surveillance.
We are building decentralized products as an alternative to centralized platforms. People can choose what they want and where they want it.
We believe in open source and open standards. Open source is the only way for users to trust their devices.
We value sustainability, protecting people, society, and the environment.
We believe accessibility is a fundamental human right, and technology should be accessible to everyone.
The time of our users is very important to us. That's why we do our best to make Nextcloud easy to use.
We foster diversity, from innovation to transparency and collaboration. Working with our communities and supporting marginalized people leads to a better result.
With Nextcloud Talk, you can chat, do video calls, and collaborate around your documents. Communication is the key. Just saying. Hey Carl, nice hair by the way. You have chat rooms about topics, one-on-one chats where you can even invite external participants. And on top of that, you can group files in rooms and other resources into projects. Of course, those documents you shared can be edited together in real time. Nextcloud even comes with a built-in whiteboard you can use during your calls or on your own. You can easily integrate external applications and scripts into your chat workflows. Chat messages can also be turned into tasks in deck and from the calendar. You can easily create a talk room for a meeting. Calls can be scheduled for a specific time. This is, for example, useful for web meetings or webinars. You will never miss a call again, except when you want to miss them. With Nextcloud Talk, you can do video calls and screen sharing with several people at once. Raise your hand to get attention. R on the keyboard to do so. Sometimes you just want to leave a quick voice message, and that's easy too. If the others are on a different chat service, like Slack, Teams, or IRC, no worries. Nextcloud Talk can connect to those and chat in real time. You can also chat and do video calling with the native mobile apps. You will get push notifications anytime you get a call or a chat message, like this one here. On the road, you can share a location so people know when you'll be there. And to help your friends connect, you can share contact details. Our new Teams feature in Hub 8 is designed to make managing groups easier than ever. We simplified the handling of various access levels and permissions and made it easier to see what resources are shared with the team. Teams can be created in the Contacts app. There you can add team members and decide how you will manage the team going forward. Whether it's facilitating the sharing of a comprehensive knowledge base via collectives, accessible to all pertinent teams, or granting project leads exclusive access to Nextcloud Deck, our integrated project Kanban tool. The Teams feature simplifies management and access control throughout the hub. Nextcloud Talk allows your team to communicate anytime, anywhere, while giving you full control over your data, your privacy, and your security. Previously, when you communicated with external users, such as customers, partners, and others, you had to invite them as guests to your Nextcloud instance. Now in Hub 8, you don't need to explicitly invite external users as guests to allow them to access your Nextcloud Talk conversations. With federated chats, you can now invite external Nextcloud users with their Cloud ID to join your conversations. When they accept your invite, they will be able to participate in your conversation without ever leaving their own Nextcloud instance. You will remain in full control as the conversation data never leaves your Nextcloud instance. Oh no, you've misspelled good in your message, with only one O. No worries. In Hub 8, you can now edit your messages in Talk on desktop and mobile apps. No need to delete messages and rewrite to correct them. With Hub 8, we also made Talk messages richer with the addition of support for tables, task lists, strike-through, and more. Personalize and share your ideas easier and faster today. Teams across thousands of organizations use video conferencing in Nextcloud Talk for virtual meetings and webinars. Our polls features is there to help you collect information and feedback from a large audience on a call. The polls now show up on the top of the screen, so nobody will miss them. Sharing files in Nextcloud Talk is always easy. We offered rich link previews, showing you information about deck cards or a preview of images. We now also give you the contents of documents like PDFs, note files, and even full Office documents. Beyond showing them, we went a step further and made it possible for you to edit the notes of a call or add a quick item to the table in an Office document right there in your chat. We made many more small improvements in Nextcloud Talk, like how we show the speaker who is sharing their screen during a call, or how you can now test your speakers in the devices setting before you join a call. This release of Nextcloud Hub brings you the best version yet, making your calls and daily chat easier and more fun than ever. We hope you will enjoy Nextcloud Talk, and we look forward to your feedback. Last year, we transformed data sharing and workflow management in Hub with the launch of Nextcloud Tables. This feature acts as a no-code platform, allowing users to create customizable tables for various data types such as text, links, numbers, progress bars, star ratings, and much more. Tables makes it easy to design, manage, and share your data within and outside your organization. Now with Hub 8, we've improved tables even further by introducing applications for tables. This new functionality enables users to aggregate and combine different tables and views into comprehensive applications, directly accessible from the Nextcloud app's menu bar. Imagine streamlining your HR processes with an integrated HR application for vacation requests, with a specific table for pending, approved, and manager pending approvals. Combine this with a table for travel expenses awaiting approval and reimbursement. With all this information consolidated into a single application, your HR workflow becomes more efficient and accessible. With the new applications for tables in Hub 8, you control your data and flows, easily, efficiently, and collaboratively. Nextcloud Groupware helps you handle your email, tasks, and meetings. It is designed to make your life easier, using the Nextcloud Assistant to save you time. For example, when reading mail, you might bump into a message you think warrants a team discussion. When you then create a meeting from Nextcloud Mail, the assistant will suggest a relevant title and description based on that mail. There are more challenges in Mail beyond creating tasks and calendar invitations, of course. Managing your email workload can be a big task. The Nextcloud Assistant is there to help you, summarizing long email discussions. And when you have to answer emails, it proposes answers to save you time. You just choose the best reply, make your own edits, and send it out. Our calendar app is also smart. We all face that challenge of coordinating meetings with multiple colleagues, each with their own busy schedules. Nextcloud Calendar helps you out, suggesting the first available time slot that works for everybody you wanted to invite, taking into account their availability and time zones. Nextcloud Groupware is widely accessible from other applications in Nextcloud Hub. You can share a deck card in a talk room or link to a calendar. This integration means Nextcloud Hub is more than the sum of its parts, giving you and your team more and more efficient ways of finding, sharing, and working on data. We look forward to hear how Nextcloud Hub helps you be productive and what ideas you might have to improve things even further. Together, we make Nextcloud better.
I invite everyone to join the seat. We will start in 2-3 minutes, please. Hello, hello. We will start in around 1 minute. I would first kindly invite people who wants to still networking, maybe to try to enjoy a bit outside in the sun, to keep this area a bit more quiet for our speakers. Please, thank you. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoy lunch. Hope you enjoy the first day, the first part of the day. We are now having the last part of the conference, but just on stage, because straight after the lightning talks, we will have 2 workshops. Well, I think the first one is more brainstorm session about Android app development in room B. By Tobias, and then at 3 p.m. and then at 4 p.m. until 4:45 we'll have a workshop around setup of a local Docker-based development by Christian Wolf. here. Who's here? Yeah, so now let's open our Sunday afternoon lightning talks and welcome people from the community, but also from the Nextcloud team members, from the marketing team, but also from the sales engineering. And Marcel will start, I think, talking about some analytics stuff. Yeah, Marcel, you have a microphone here. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the lunch break. So, I want to talk about the analytics app, reporting for Nextcloud. My name is Marcel Charello. I'm sales engineer with Nextcloud since over a year now, but for many years I've been owner of several apps in the community and active community member. But now the focus for today is reporting with the Nextcloud, analytics for Nextcloud. Analytics for Nextcloud, what is it about? Of course, as Nextcloud itself, the core is an open source. We are talking about the data warehousing and reporting system. At the core, a very deep integration that we will see later. And of course, as every analytics, every reporting solution, prioritize on visualization. Oh, wait, where's the clicker? Ah, here. The core of it, of course, is all about data. We have two stages where we can base our reporting on. First, very important, real-time reporting, or we have an internal data warehouse where you can store the data for example, for history reportings. We have a various amount of data sources, only some examples here where you can grab the data from for your reporting. Can be Nextcloud files, tables, forms, also external data sources. You can connect to any JSON, CSV, any APIs, grab the data, and then bring them into reporting. Reporting is all about visualization, so there, of course, you can create charts, reports with tables, as you would expect, with dashboarding functionality, thresholding, including notifications if certain thresholds are met. But now, this is the core of analytics that has been there over the last 3 years already. But today, I want to talk about the all-new Analytics 5, which will basically the biggest innovation of the whole analytics app of the last years. Analytics 5, there were a huge amount of changes. The first area I want to talk about is the integration. It's an enhanced integration for better reporting integration into the Nextcloud environment and ecosystem. As an example, Nextcloud tables. You can use analytics to visualize your Nextcloud tables. Real-time reporting on tables, on views, on any apps and any flows that you implemented using our Nextcloud tables approach. Or also Nextcloud forms. You know, these customer service that you send out with all these yes, no questions, customer feedbacks. Use the analytics app for one page or for nice layout, the dashboards to visualize your customer surveys. Next big change is the presentation. It's the focus on the information. The Analytics app got a whole new presentation mode, full screen presentation mode. Means like all the distracting things like navigations, report headers from the Nextcloud, everything is hidden, and you have an optimized presentation mode, optimized for screen sharing, using them in the Nextcloud Talk application, presenting to the team. And of course, if you want to export and distribute the reports, they can also be printed in perfectly layouted PDF exports. Next, new topic, major news, this has also not been there before, it's the next level of data visualization. In analytics, I call it panoramas. It's flexible dashboards that build on top of the existing reporting layer. You can come in the dashboards, you can combine reports, you can combine markup text, you can combine images. You have a layout picker, how you want to show your data. Should it be like in columns and rows? How many items you want to have per page? It's a super flexible way to combine all these data in different kind of reports. Has multi pages, so you can scroll to your pages and can tell real stories to your customers. And as you frequently heard about our AI assistant, analytics is now also integrated into the AI features of Nextcloud Hub. For example, in the context chat is indexing Nextcloud analytics data, so you can ask questions about your data. You don't need to search for data, you simply request the answer from the AI assistant. As an example here, asking for statistical data for solar panels in an example here. The analytics, the AI assistant gives you the answer for statistics of the last month, and in this case, answers the use case of the most productive month. Also, translation. We heard yesterday the translation was enhanced even further. We can translate up to 400 languages with the Nextcloud. Nextcloud Analytics is also connected to translations. It means if you create a report, you can translate the report to any of these 400 languages for your receiving report receiver. So they get a translated report for report metadata, columns, in any of these 400 translated messages. How can you use analytics? What's some real use cases, some examples here? In private, me and my wife are running an NGO. It's a Blue Dragon Children Foundation supporting kids in Vietnam. We are using Salesforce as our CRM system, and here we utilize analytics, which is offering a Salesforce data source as one of the many data sources. We are extracting donation and operational cost data and can create layouted reports for our donors and contributors, with the advantage that we don't need to purchase additional Salesforce licenses, for example, but we can do a one-to-end distribution of reporting data there using Nextcloud Analytics. Within Nextcloud itself, we use analytics to visualize Odoo CRM data, so we can do reporting our leads and our sales data, can report on campaigns and verticals to create sales reports for us internally that we can distribute and share within our own Nextcloud instance. Novus is a company in southern Germany. They use analytics to report on SAP data. SAP is extracting data, storing it as flat files within Nextcloud. Analytics has real-time access to these flat files extracted from SAP, and they are creating packaging lists and freight cockpits to be shared with their customers and with their storage locations. So everyone always has the same information, which is originally coming out of the SAP environment, all within the sharing functionality of Nextcloud Analytics. Recently, quickly mentioned before, there's now an enhanced integration for Nextcloud Forms. So you can create real-time reporting of your service that you send out. You can do a historization to see on the response rates of your reports. You can customize these reports in Flex reports and panoramas, and then create nice structured PDFs that you can distribute to your management to hand out the result of the surveys of your customer survey, and to give professional looking reports and not these standard bar charts that are there by default. To summarize all this, the all-new Analytics 5, of course, the core is the data, flexible, real-time or historic reporting. It's all about integration into various data sources, into various Nextcloud applications. It's about reporting, flexible reporting of charts and tables. All this can be combined in powerful layouted panoramas, and on top of this there's the AI layer, which you can use not to search for information but to ask for information that you have in your system. This was a quick overview from my side. I'm here for the whole week, for the Contributors Week. I'm looking forward to to your feedback, to any use cases, any further suggestions. Please talk to me, and I'm looking forward to see you. And now I'm heading over to Tobias.
Yeah, hello, I'm Tobias from the Clients team. I'm the team lead of Nextcloud, the Clients team lead. And yeah, I want to present you the Android open ecosystem, and more specifically how to integrate your app into our Files app, or also the other way around, how our Files app can open your app to support specific use cases. And I want to start with a single sign-on system, which makes developer life very easy for you. So your app can use the entire network stack from the Files app, so you don't need to have to handle the authentication or authorization. This is entirely handled by the Files app. It's a small library that you can just include, and then I will show you later 2 different ways how you can actually work with it. On the right side, so you see a short diagram. So in this case, the Nextcloud News app is sending a request to the Files app. The Files app is then handling the entire HTTPS and authorization stuff, sending it to the server, and returning the response back to the News app. And the News app does not need to know anything about the server. So, how does this look like? This is the way how it looks on the UI side. So you're opening up the Nextcloud Notes app in this case. You're presented by the existing accounts of the Nextcloud Files app, in this case 1 account, but you can add another account if you want. Then you choose 1 account, and you need to authorize that you want to allow the Nextcloud Notes app to access this specific account on the server. And that's everything you need to do on the UI side, or also on the developer side. As we are on the community and developer conference, I also brought some code with me. And here you can see the first highlighted part is how to access a specific account. The single account helper is provided by the library, and you get the current account, which you then use and pass to create a new API. And with this API, you can later build and create the request, which I show you here. So the request, and that's what you need to only understand as a developer from an Android perspective. You're creating the requests and saying you have a method like get or put, setting the URL, which is only the part on the server side, so you don't even care which server you have. Then you maybe add some parameters that are specific to this URL, and then you are passing this via the API directly to the server, which is then handled by the Files app. And in response, you receive an input stream, which you can then maybe read, pass, or just only download and store it somewhere. So that's the kind of straightforward Java plain way. And here's how it's on Retrofit. On Retrofit, you have usually an API, which is then passed to the Retrofit class. What we now need to change is we just need, again, the single sign-on account, and then our library is providing the Retrofit API directly to your usage, so you can just, as ever as drop-in replacement, transition from the old Retrofit system to the new one, because you have always the same API in the end. So yeah, that was how you as a developer can make your life easier, and now how you want to maybe use our app to open files or to do stuff with it. And first would be how to open a file. We are inside the Android ecosystem, so you can simply send an intent with the parameters and the intent type action view. As parameter, you need to have the account, which is then the username and the server address, and either the file ID or the file path. Both is accepted by the Nextcloud Files app, and then the file is highlighted, and the user can interact with this one. Maybe you have a server-side app, or maybe you have another convenient way how to authorize your user, and you want to directly open this account inside the Nextcloud Files app. Then you can just simply pass this specific user or URL to the Nextcloud Files app, and then you are automatically logged in. Or, as I said, if you have a browser app or another app, then you can just use the same syntax with a /f to directly open the file inside the Nextcloud Files app. Yeah, and maybe you have other ideas how to integrate and how to open our Files app. And now the other way around, what can we provide you as the Nextcloud Files app to your app? First is unified search. There you have a server-side search provider, and the client is displaying the search result, and if your app is installed, it's directly passing the search result to your app once the user has clicked on it, or if it's not installed, it will fall back to the web. We have also deep links, and in this case I want to show it with DAVX5. So when you click on Sync Calendar and Contacts, it will open the installation of the DAVX5, passing the user and the server address, so that the user only needs to enter their password. And last, as an example, what we have integrated is the Nextcloud DAG app, where the push notification, for example, is handed out by the server to the Nextcloud Files app. And we know that it's targeting the Nextcloud DAG app, and therefore this information of the push notification is sent as a pending intent directly to Nextcloud and DAG app. Yeah, and maybe you have also more ideas how to integrate your app into our files. And there I want to invite you either to use the repositories listed here, or as also mentioned before, at 3 p.m. we have a workshop where you can just meet us, and also the Android Talk team will be there. So we have a couple of minutes to discuss new stuff and also maybe fix some bugs or just meet. See you there.
Okay, you might know me already. I'm going to show you something about continuous integration, locally running, and migration testing. You might not know this wording. About me, yeah, research officer, community member, cookbook app maintainer. That's all you need to know about me, more or less. Now, let's dive into it. You know, unit tests and integration tests. Unit tests are very small, very quick, and mainly what you do is you mock your environment and test a single feature. In integration test, you have the complete infrastructure available, you have the complete server available, you use dependency injection, and you mainly use what you have. Maybe you mock some things if you don't want to do everything, and from the size they can be larger. It could be that you have a complete cycle that needs to be tested, but typically it's average, I would call. What's important here? Rollback of DB database transactions. That means when I do something, the database is active, so if I write a file, if I change something, it will be stored in the database. And if I rerun the test, and it would already be there, so I have to roll back the database. And there is also from Christoph Wurst is a dependency available that allows you to use the rollback feature of the database systems we have that starts a transaction just before the test, and at the end of the test it automatically rolls back. So everything in the database is gone and we are happy. Now, what I would suggest here is an augmentation of this unit test, integration test into migration test, because what we cannot test using these rollbacks are migrations. Migrations are not backrollable. All the databases we use can only backroll changes of data, but not new data structures. And personally, as cookbook maintainer, one of the worst errors I did was I fixed something, I thought I fixed something in a migration, and it killed all user. And it took me, I think, 2 or 3 releases until I got every user again online. And therefore, I installed something in the cookbook where I defined another structure where I do the complete installation from the first version of the migrations until the current one, and test if they work on all database systems. That's Postgres, SQLite, and MySQL or MariaDB, and check if these migrations work. And here, I'm not sure if this is the best way to do it, because it's slow like hell. I think it takes 1.5 minutes to run all these tests through, and the more migrations I have, the longer it takes. And here, I'm very open for discussion. If you have any ideas and you say, okay, guy, you're completely wrong what you're doing here, I would be pleased if you tell me this, and I would also be pleased if you tell me how to do it better. That would be even better for me. Yeah? So what I do is I created a Python script that allows me to run the continuous integration tasks locally. And I have then to create a fake environment. What would be on GitHub? And this is not so easy. So the idea is, why do I do that? I try to reverse it. Instead of doing a virtual continuous integration environment on my machine, I just do my machine on the CI, So I just do what I would do in the continuous integration in my Python script, and then I create a continuous integration setup that just mirrors my setup. That's easier, then I can maintain it easier. And here's this local testing framework that I created. I cannot show you everything because this is way too much, but it's Docker-based, rather generic. At the moment it's focused on the Cookbook app because there it's integrated, but it can be extended to arbitrary apps, there's no problem. And what it's continuous integration is just running these scripts that I would normally use for local testing. That's more or less all. Caching is one thing that could help me here because I think the complete cycle is like 6 minutes or something like this, and from these 6 minutes I need 1.5 minutes for installing the server. And what I would suggest is that we implement something in a common code base so that everyone can use that. And again, if you have suggestions, ideas, or enhancements, contact me and we can look at this. Okay. Thank you very much for your attention, and I will hand over to the next speaker.
Hello. So today I'll be talking about the Pinia state management system for Vue.js. We currently use it in a few of our Nextcloud apps, but we're thinking of migrating all of them. So if you're a Vue.js dev, you probably already have some experience with it. But what I'm assuming is that you haven't read quite all of the documentation. So what I'll be doing today is showing off some nifty, lesser-known features that I hope you'll be able to find useful. So, first of all, a recap of how Pinia works. Every store is identified with a unique ID. Stores can use the composition API and the options API, and a store is comprised of state, getters, and actions. There is no need for mutations, as there was previously in Vuex, seeing as you're able to modify the state directly through the actions, or even externally outside of the store. And starting off simple. So, you created a store and you would like to use it in your options API component. What you would need to use for this is this map stores function. You just insert it into the computed block of your options component, and every store that you pass will be available inside of that component as the store ID plus store string. You can also do the same mapping with state and with actions. This is useful if you're going to be using that piece of state quite a few times inside of your component, or if you would like to access the state in a bit of a different way. And so, now you have access to your state. Maybe you want to modify it, and a lot of it at the same time. So the easiest way to do this is to use this patch function, which allows you to pass an object, and all of the corresponding state attributes will be modified at the same time. However, if you're going to be doing this operation with collections, so arrays, those sorts of stuff, it is recommended to use a function and to pass the function to this patch method, as this slightly increases performance. So, you added a lot of information to your store. Maybe you'd like to reset it. With option stores, this is rather easy. All you do is call this reset store, and basically all of your state attributes will be reset to their default values. However, in setup stores, this is a little more difficult, seeing as you have no default declared values that you set previously. So basically what you have to do is write the setup function yourself. However, once you do that, it'll be usable in the same way as an option store. Now, as with Vuex, you're able to subscribe to the state and to the actions of your store. Here are some of the parameters that you have at your disposal. So the mutation type, the payload, the store ID, and naturally the newly updated state. This is very useful, for example, when keeping in sync with some local storage information. And you can also do the same thing with actions. They have their own parameters. And if you pass true as the second parameter of the subscribe function, then you're able to detach the subscription from the component lifecycle. And so even if your component gets destroyed along the way, the subscription still remains active. Now, say that you have a large amount of data that you need to organize. This may be a little difficult. So basically what you have to do is nest stores. This means having a store as a state attribute of another store. And another thing that you can do is compose stores. You would think this isn't possible, but it is, which is when you have two stores, both of them rely on each other. The only thing that you have to be careful about here is to not access each other's store state in the setup function, as this would cause an infinite dependency loop, and we don't want that. And last but not least, HMR. It's this nifty little code block that you add after your store declaration. And with this, you're able to interactively modify your store without having to reload the page. So pretty useful while developing. The only drawback with this, though, is that it only works with Vite. But we're already planning on migrating some of our Nextcloud apps with Vite, so you'll be able to use this in all our applications pretty soon. And that's it. Thank you for listening, and let me know if you have any questions. Pass it on to Edward.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Edward Lee. I actually just joined Nextcloud around 2 months ago as a software engineer in the integrations team. So I'm very excited to be here. But today I want to take a step back and talk about the issue of neurodiversity and how it fits within the larger diversity inclusion framework at Nextcloud. For those who might be hearing about this term for the first time, neurodiversity is the belief that mental disorders such as autism spectrum, ADHD, and the like, are not disabilities that should be cured, but rather to be recognized as natural variations in the human brain function. And that these disorders are only classified as disabilities due to societal barriers and lack of universal accessible design rather than any personal shortcomings. But first you might be asking, why am I even talking about this in the first place? Well, you might remember that the theme of the conference is building a safer digital world. And although we have seen plenty of exciting things happening so far throughout the conference, I do want to emphasize that building a safer digital world, I believe, is impossible without building a safer physical world first. And I believe that's only possible when everyone has the right to a well-paying job and be financially independent. After all, if basic needs such as food, sleep, or housing are not met, then any progress made in the digital world doesn't matter if no one has the means to access it. Now, I mentioned jobs in particular because you'd think there'd be plenty of talented individuals already who have a passion for Nextcloud or other free software. Perhaps some of them might have so much passion that they might exhibit traits that fall somewhere on the neurodivergent spectrum. But that can actually sometimes be a good thing, as these differences in the brain are known to be correlated with increased levels of creativity and genius. There are highly valuable skills in areas such as software development work. So you'd think that these individuals would be well represented in the tech industry at large. But actually, the opposite is quite true, as there are research studies that estimate the unemployment rate among neurodivergent adults to be around 50%. And the unemployment rate among those who are employed is also around 50%. So that means that around 75% are not working in jobs that allow them to reach their full potential. Which is quite troubling because it shows how much we still live in a society where a neurotypical style of communication and teamwork is being prioritized over practical hard skills. So what can we do about it? Well, the big tech players in Google and Microsoft have already started their own initiatives years back in terms of neurodiverse hiring, with Microsoft having a specialized program since around 2015, I believe, and Google launching an autism career program back in 2021. So now the question is, can Nextcloud catch up or even surpass Microsoft or Google in this regard, just as much as the Nextcloud software itself is trying to compete with Google Workspace and Microsoft 365? Well, in my opinion, it is certainly possible. And my goal with this talk and as a new team member, is to first raise awareness so that we can start to make changes happen, both within the company and throughout the community at large. And actually, as you may or may not notice, there is actually one change that has already been implemented at this very conference. And that is the quiet room that we have set up inside the bus right over here, so that everyone has the opportunity to take mental breaks away from the rest of the conference. That is just one example of what is called cognitive accessibility, which allows neurodivergent attendees to participate equally at the conference, in the same way that wheelchair accessibility caters to those with various physical disabilities. And within the company, these are just some examples of some proposed hiring changes I brought up so that neurodivergent engineers have equal opportunity to showcase their technical skills. Now, I don't have time to quickly go through every single point, but these are just some basic tips that can be applied to pretty much any company. And the main point I want to make is that these accessible practices don't have to be separated in a specialized program like Google or Microsoft either, but rather they could be implemented for everyone who applies in order to avoid stereotypical biases entirely. So to quickly conclude, I just want to reiterate that this is only just the beginning. My hope is that there will be plenty more accessibility improvements to come throughout the year, so that we can achieve our goal of building a safer digital and physical world for everyone. So yeah, thank you so much. I'll be handing it over to Mihail.
All right. Can you hear me? Okay. You never know how. All right, so hi everybody. My name is Michael and I'm with Nextcloud's marketing team. So my talk today is not about writing code, but it's about writing text, and which is what I and some of my colleagues at Nextcloud do. So some of you might be daily readers of our blog. Some might be new to it entirely. So in this short lightning talk, I will try to cover various content types that we publish in Nextcloud blog, and help you understand our goals, our audiences, and also introduce, of course, our writing team. So some people breathe open source, and some don't even know what it is, and some Nextcloud users use it to manage their files at home in a safe environment, and some actually need a big all-in-one platform for their growing multi-thousand user company. And so we need to make our blog useful for this many audiences, and they vary greatly in the depth of their technical knowledge, their involvement and their familiarity with open source, and of course their interest that they pursue. So that's why we have many types of regular content. And some of it is aimed at keeping our users informed about what's happening in the Nextcloud world. And sometimes it's also more strategic, as we are trying to reach new audiences. We are trying to help more people discover and learn about Nextcloud by offering insights and news about what's happening in the Nextcloud world. And our content, we mainly schedule bi-weekly, and there are 2 to 3 blogs usually coming out. Sometimes it's less, sometimes more than that. So let's have a look at some of the regular content types in Nextcloud blog. So first one is, of course, is the release blogs, maintenance updates, and updates for various Nextcloud applications, and where we keep people informed about what is out, how to get it, and why. Then it's Nextcloud news of all sorts, important statements, and sometimes our response to events happening all over the world, of course, where our expertise is relevant, and where we can often offer a solution to a problem. And there are also some useful articles for our users, feature dives, and guides to our solutions for various use cases, industries, and types of setups. And we also announce upcoming webinars, which you can, by the way, watch always for free, and you can sign up for a live stream or watch it in a recording. And we announce various events where you can find Nextcloud team and hear us give interesting talks and even book a meeting. And of course, we tell stories about our users and customers, and aiming to show the diversity of use cases for Nextcloud, and showing the way it can be deployed within different environments and at different scale. And sometimes it's just a blog article, and sometimes we produce entire white papers discovering and exploring those setups in depth. So be sure to read, by the way, the Amnesty International story, for example, and the Magenta Cloud case study, which took us a very long time to produce. And yeah, those are the latest to really recommend. It's a great read. And yeah, and of course there's also a monthly Nextcloud podcast hosted by Brent. You're already all know Brent. Okay, see. So there you can find the details about each episode, the time codes and everything, and invite various guests, Nextclouders, community members, privacy experts. So, and you can listen to it directly in Nextcloud blog and also on popular platforms like Spotify and Apple Podcasts. So, okay, my time is running out, so I'll be quick now. So, if you're new to Nextcloud blog, or if you only read it occasionally, I definitely recommend you catching up with it and checking it more often. So we share knowledge about Nextcloud and software in general, both an admin and user level. And we publish content that we found our users seek the most. And it is also a perfect space for discussion. Of course, I'm not comparing it to the forum, but still you can find information and answers to the questions that you're interested in. You can share your ideas and thoughts with us. And this is also a go-to place for various community announcements, and helps you stay on track about the upcoming events where you can meet up with Nextcloud team and where you can attend some of the great talks. And so our regular writing team, most often that's me, Jos, and Brent, but of course there are many more people producing content, such as Maria, Irini, Fabrice, Victor. And we are always looking for new team members because we would like to make more relevant and interesting content available to our readers. So in case you are interested in a career in marketing, or particularly in content creation, so shoot us a CV. You can find information on our jobs page or write to jobs@nextcloud.com. So thanks a lot for being with us today. Hope you're enjoying the conference. And yeah, on this last note, if there is some content you personally miss in the blog, or something you want to read more of, it's very welcome. I would like to hear all your opinions, and I'll be around the whole day, so you can find me. Thanks.
This is not on. Are we on? Are we on? Yeah, you can hear me. Good. Splendid. Let's get going. Hello, my name is Richard Brock. I still work at Collaborate Online. And today we are going to be talking about the very exciting topic that is form-filling APIs. Ooh. Yeah, that's right. Okay, APIs. You guys know this stuff, don't you? Okay. It's the way that different applications talk to each other. So when you get up this morning and you look at your phone and you say, what's the weather in Berlin? Your phone doesn't know. It talks to the weather office in Berlin. And yeah, okay, APIs. Good, we know how they work. That's all right. What is a form-filling API? Okay, so we think that APIs are quite fun and sexy, so we want to have them in our documents. For a long time, Collaborate Online, Nextcloud, Office has had this content control feature. It's really useful, especially in forms. So, for example, you can see here the date picker. It makes sure that your dates are always formatted correctly. So you have the 1st of August 2024, not August the 1st, 2024. Sorry if you're American. And anyway, so it's a good way to standardize things. You can have sort of checkboxes and whatever. So that's cool. But really what we want to do is we want to make sure that this is accessible by different things and different applications. So we've made this API that will first scan through your documents and identify these parts of the document. So it will find out the form controls, where are these content controls, and then expose them to something else. This is using a REST API, so you can work with this in sort of whatever programming language you like, and it works with all the CRUD features, so create, read, update, delete. That's the one. There we go. So what does that mean? So it means you can go both ways. So through this API, you can change things in your document. So if you have a content control that you would like to edit, you can change it, or you can create it, or you can talk both ways. So if you have lots of documents and you would like to collate the information, you can pull out all of the information from your documents and collate them centrally. But equally, if you have a central thing and you want to create lots of documents, you can do that. This is quite abstract. So what do we mean in reality? I'll let Philippe take a picture. No. Well, if you have a database and you want to connect the database to your documents and make lots of stuff, you can do that. So what would that mean? Let's say you are a parts manufacturer and you make lots and lots of screws and bolts, and your screws are all different lengths and different widths and different thread pitches, and you have this huge database of all your different parts, and you would like to produce data sheets for all of your parts. Well, you can do that. You can, with a little bit of scripting, you can connect your massive database to produce these beautiful data sheets. You could add in your pricing details, and you could then use that to automatically create invoices, so that when someone buys, 1,000 screws of this type and 1,000 screws of that type, yeah. So that's quite fun. So that's one sort of use case. What about connecting people and documents better? So collate 1 minute left. No way. There's only 3 minutes. I've got 2. Collate timesheet centrally. So your people are working on lots of projects, and they're working on project A, project B, project C, and you want to get all the information from project B and send it to your client. So you collect all these timesheets, and you can then make a beautiful document that explains how people have been using their work. You can then even use this to create a chart, for example, that would outline the way that the time has been used. Logistics, your local port authority, and you have lots of ships coming and going, and they need to fill out the form saying where they are coming from, when they are expecting to arrive, when they are expecting to leave. Well, you could ask them to sort of print off the document and fill it in with a blue pen or a blackboard, or you could just do it using this API, and so they will have a pop-up box and just fill it in. So it's quite difficult to describe this feature, really. There is a huge amount of possible use cases, but the idea is we are opening up documents to make them accessible to all sorts of things. And so, yeah, you could make a PDF if you want a sort of a final, uneditable thing, but also you could use this to create something like a docx, ODT, whatever it is. And so you can autofill all of the fields. So maybe you work in HR or something legal, and you need to fill in the dates, you need to fill in people's names, but there are still some things you would like to change. Well, that's fine, you can do this. It's not uneditable. Yeah, do all sorts of powerful stuff. What about integrators? Well, we saw this yesterday. So Nextcloud have already done some really wonderful work with this. So when you open a template, it will, instead of opening the document, it will just present you with this pop-up box with all the fields. It has found where these content controls are, and then just fills it in for you. So you type in those things, and then it goes straight into the document. If that's all you need, you can print, send, email. If you want to edit, you can keep going. So yeah, what could you do? I don't know. Have a think about it. There's a lot going on. Anyways, I will hand over to Sebastian at Arawa now. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sébastien Marinier, speaking for Arawa. Arawa is a Nextcloud partner and is a French company that provides installation, configuration, and hosting management service for open source collaborative solutions like Nextcloud, Collabora, Jitsi, Big Blue Button, messaging solution, and so on. It also develops and contributes to Nextcloud. It is I have a Larsen problem now? No? It is the creator and maintainer of an application named Workspace. The idea is here to share our use case of a takeover of a Nextcloud application source code. Big Blue Button integration. You probably know it in a Nextcloud store. So indeed, as BBB and Nextcloud integrators, Arawa was asked by one of its clients to bring some new feature into the BBB Nextcloud application, which was stuck. Oh, yes. Thank you, Philippe. Where was I? To bring some new pictures. So we discussed it with its creator and main contributor, Klaus Herbert, who is the original creator of this application. He's a great open sourcer with about 5,700 GitHub contributions on many projects, on the most part from BBB integration. In fact, he told us after some life changes, new work, new baby, he can no longer devote as much time for its project. You see yesterday somebody talking about GitHub stats. You can see in these stats the day he has the baby. It stops every contribution. So, and in fact, this might happen to many open sources. This is the giving up time, especially when projects are personal projects. It may disappear and die, or at best, it will be forked someday. But after all, this is the open source resilience, the capacity to endorse such life events and life after all. So in such a case, unlike a simple pull request that we've planned to do at the first, the other way would be to clone the original repository, make a new derivative application, and then we can do as we please. But this is Nextcloud. There is an application store, and duplicating applications is a bad idea. You've probably come across application with the same name, but derivative. As a user, this is very disappointing and a loss of time. I made myself the case with the EPUB reader duplicating application for Nextcloud, which is, I don't remember, 4 or 5 times in the store. For these reasons, Klaus proposes to become main contributors and maintainer on the project, and you will just keep the managing of the releases. So that's why we are talking here about a takeover. It's like a 400 meters relay. Klaus was running for years, and now he gives us the stick. Not this stick, but a stick. But when you get the stick, some things happen. First, it's not like a simple contribution. You feel the responsibility coming, but you feel respectful for the project, the creator, the way it was done. Second, you must respect the users too. You shall not break the UX or savagely remove features. Unlike a forking process, you inherit responsibilities. But unlike a simple peer, you get more freedom. You may bring new ideas, your point of view on the project, and would I say, you should, because you are now the responsibility. So to resume, it's a balancing act between the constraints of the past and the freedom to evolve. Technically, so with this new responsibility, first we have set for us some functional and technical guidelines. Be compliant with Nextcloud standards, back and front. It seems obvious, but it's better to say it. Allow user to avoid green light use. For those who know it, it's the administrative front for BBB. And so provide the maximum of BBB API features within the Nextcloud application itself. Concerning the front, for the story, it's in React. So we quickly realized that there were some differences between the old Nextcloud CSS component that are defined by default and the actual Vue components. we know we need to re-implement soft part in Vue. That's a sentence I heard a lot by Nextcloud developers. But this was too much implication to get started, and that's also something I heard for the Nextcloud developers. So we simply adapt the CSS for the only component. We have found 2 bugs also in the React use of Nextcloud. That was fixed thanks to Joas Schilling for its implication. And these samples was to say we didn't only implement our feature on whatever it happened. To put some picture in this verbose presentation, I will quickly show you the features we've implemented. It's an extension of the sharing on the BB room access from Nextcloud. First, we modify the settings, and you see the more Nextcloud compliant look. And second, you see the list of rooms as it was. You see only the rooms where you are administrator. Now, with our contribution, you have all the rooms you've been shared with. But on those you are not administrator, of course, you don't access to the modification action. On one little more thing, you may now toggle the published state of a record of the meeting. The process just began on Spring, and we are very close to publish the new release. I say very close because it seems it's been published today. So this is only 300 lines on 40 files of modification, but it's a good start for a takeover. Thank you.
Hello everyone, I'm Diede van Barle. I'm a TUE student. I studied in Eindhoven in industrial design, and I recently graduated on my master's there. And in this talk I'll be talking about how I did in my project. I redesigned the home server to make it easier for everyone and other people. So what is important here is that I think we all really care about the cloud and making people more data self-sovereign, preserving privacy and values of feeling at home. And this is not something we tech people just have. There's a lot of people out there that really care about privacy. They just feel like they can't do anything about it. And that's interesting because there's a lot of people I talk to that are not tech savvy, but really want to store their data at home and not in someone else's computer, so to say. And there's also a couple of people that really don't want to be reliant on companies like Google and Microsoft and stuff. But there's something strange happening where these people are not able to participate because of their knowledge. And it's also really weird to assume that they should be learning a computer science degree just to get some files at home. So to do this, I looked into a couple of values that were missing in this implementation of Nextcloud. And I think one real point of action is privacy by design. And that's the idea that something should be private from the way it was created, so to say. And it would also need more focus on personal use rather than enterprise use. And of course, UX, UI, ease of use, and security are important as well. So what I did is I compared to the corporate versus the home environment. Nextcloud is a corporate software. It's made for enterprises and so. But I wanted to look like what is the difference between this corporate environment and the home environment. And as you can see, corporate environment means it should scale well. Everyone should be able to access it, and that causes a lot of complexity in the software, so to say. Whereas, like, for having your files at home, you only need a small-scale solution that only works for a couple of people, has a simpler user base, and doesn't require you to have a security degree just to keep your files safe. How I did this is I looked into existing solutions, existing tech solutions, so to say. I looked into StillScale. This is a VPN software that allows you to connect to your own devices safely without doing any additional networking steps. Nextcloud shares the ability to just to send a link to someone so that they can see your files, and Skype, which created a decentralized infrastructure to make video calling accessible to everyone without needing to do any additional networking steps. So my question there was, what if we can combine these three and create a safe file storing solution that does not just work for tech-savvy people, but also for other people, and how can we design around it? And I did this through a architecture which I call Claude, and Claude is a network of where servers could collaborate together. And to talk to actual users about this network and about this architecture, I created physical devices. I did this with the Claude server. You can see it in the front of the stage, but you can also see it on the screen itself. And the Claude server is an actual physical hardware device you can put in your home that allows you to store storage. Then we have the Cloud Wallet. The Cloud Wallet is your way to access your files. If you put your Cloud Wallet on your phone, that means that you can access the files stored on your cloud server itself. And this doesn't require any programming or programming knowledge, interface knowledge. It's almost like using a key to your door. And at last, I have Cloud Apps. Cloud Apps are very important as well, because if you have a server that works and people can connect to your server, you also want to share your files. And I mean, that's how I share my dog photos with my parents, so to say. And to do this, you have to redesign the way you create apps as well. How can I see the pictures my parents are sharing from their server with me, and how can I access the files that people are sharing with me as well? So can I create an app where all these photos are in the same place so that I don't have to search every server for the right photo? And this way I try to really look and talk with users about how they can safely store their files. Other way around. So I really wanted to do a demonstration, but looking at the size of the screen of my server itself and the size of the room, that doesn't work. I can, even though it would be able to work, I can't do it now. But how it would work is I would put this on the back of my phone, and then I can access files, but I can also put it in the device itself. Then the device updates and allows you to change the user rights and allow people to share files with you or not. If I want to share a file with you, I can give you a card. This card you can put in your own wallet. Take it out. I can give this to someone. You can put this in your own wallet, and now you have access to the files I'm sharing with that card. And so you create a real physical experience rather than a digital one that people can understand and use throughout the years. I really hope to open a dialogue about designing these services and creating more accessible ways of doing self-hosting, and please come to me if you want a real demonstration of the apps. I have everything with me, and then we can talk about the future of self-hosting. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, I'm Thomas. So I'm the last one. I heard that I have a bit more time. Let's see. No. So we heard this morning about the importance of encryption, and so I want to show today how Mavelop helps to bring end-to-end encryption to Nextcloud email clients. And Mavelop is an open source project that's around for some years. We are most recently also officially like a technology partner of Nextcloud. And our vision is to let every email communication to be encrypted. And I'm skipping the next slide and go directly to some key characteristics of our solution. So we're open source, we have a free community edition, and we're specialized on web mailers. So Mavelop adds an encryption layer to existing webmail clients, and we do this by developing a browser extension. And we want to support all types of web mailers, so that's our goal. And we have different levels of integration, how we do that, and that's how I want to dig a bit deeper in this presentation. The crypto protocol that we use is PGP. It's well known, and so with MailOp you don't need an extra email client. And of course, security is important for us. That's why we have frequently like security audits. The most recent, or we will have one actually on 1st of October, is the next. Now, how does this look like under the hood? So this is the kind of first level of integration that we provide. So you can think of the left side as Gmail. So that's a webmail application where we do not have access. And on the right side, you have the browser where Gmail runs, and MailOp has to integrate into that. So how we do this, we are a browser extension. We can inject a script into Gmail and can do all sort of things. Yeah, that's why you click when you install a browser extension that you need to allow us to access these pages. But you can imagine that this has also disadvantages. It means if the structure of your webmail client breaks, not breaks, but changes, then also we have a problem on MailOp's side because it could break our functionality. And so this means we can achieve a good usability here, but it's limited. It's difficult, for example, to do file attachments. And we are, as I said, based on OpenPGP. We have implementation in JavaScript, but also if you want to go outside of the browser, you can use GNU-PG together with a smart card. And our model is that we have a zero trust towards the webmail client. Of course, the private data that we show, the decrypted content, needs to be isolated from the surrounding environment. And with the next slide, I want to show how we integrate now on a deeper level. And that is what we do with the Nextcloud mail app as well as with Roundcube. So here we have the advantage on the left side, again, the webmail application, that we can collaborate with this webmail application. So MailOp provides a client API. The webmailer is able to implement that, and then the webmailer can use UI components that we provide. So this provides a better usability and also more features that are possible with this approach. And so here again we have this kind of two stages that we provide, the standalone version and the integrated one. And I jump to the next slide where we compare these two levels. So what we have currently in Nextcloud Mail is we implement like the first three functionalities. So we have a basic email write, email read functionality for encrypted emails. But MailOp provides more in its client API. So we also have, for example, components where you can initiate a key generation inside the email client, or you can create a backup of your private key. So the idea behind this is that you should be able to do everything inside your webmail client. You should not be required that you open MailOp, that you go to the browser extension and do some kind of advanced processing. And this can be done with the components that we provide. And so the current status is that MailOp is implemented in Nextcloud Mail and Roundcube. And we're working actively to improve this. I will be also here in the next days to work on that together with the email client team. And we hope to see some improvements coming up here soon. And I think the last slide shows how this is currently implemented. So you see here the Nextcloud Mail application, and inside the compose area with a blue frame, so this is MailOp. So you see that this seamlessly integrates into the email compose area, and it is also the frame around it shows this, or should visualize this strong isolation, that everything that is inside is private, that's not accessible from the outside email client. And so the email is here encrypted in a safe way. You also see the button that is adjusted to this scenario. So yes. Yeah, and that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's first time we will announce again the workshops, first of all, because it's the end of the live, it's the end of the live talks, but not the end of the event. So we still have 2 workshops to come, one in room B, trying to remember that, with the session around Android app development, and then at 4 we'll have a workshop around set up a local Docker-based development with Christian. It will be in room A, and yeah, some last little things to close the session, Brent. I'm sorry? The first workshop is at 3, the second one is at 4. Yeah. There is another one. Okay. Room B, okay. Thank you.
Topic of the workshop? Deploying Nextcloud on Ranger Harvester, which actually I think that's going to be a really interesting talk. So that's 4:45.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We want to say, first of all, thank you so much for being here at the second day of the Nextcloud Community Conference. I love seeing all the open chairs here and everybody online as well. So huge round of applause for everybody who's here and for making this possible. Now, for those here in person, there are QR codes that are posted a little bit everywhere. Those, if you give them a scan, promise they're not malicious, they'll lead to a survey about the Nextcloud conference. We'd love to hear from you what you thought of the conference, how you think we can make it better next time, maybe, I don't know, some words of inspiration. So if you can scan those QR codes, we'd really appreciate hearing from you, and those online too. I think maybe, Victor, we can send a link to them as well, to the survey, just so that we can make the conference even better next year. So if you could do that, that'd be really appreciated. We also have an instance for the Nextcloud conference. I mentioned that earlier. That's at conf.nextcloud.com. That's a specific Nextcloud instance for everyone who's registered to be at the conference, or those who registered to be online as well. That allows you to connect with people who are here and also to try out Nextcloud Hub 9. I mean, releasing Hub 9 this weekend was really quite exciting, but we hope that you get the chance to try all of the new features as well. So if you haven't been there yet, you should go there and give it a try and say hello to those who you've been chatting with all weekend. The other thing is, if you are a contributor and you're here in Berlin for a few more days, we do have the Contributor Week happening here in person, and you're more than welcome to be here at any point from now till Friday to spend time with Nextcloud engineers, to hang out with the community some more, and just make some more friends in our community. So you're more than welcome here at Motion Lab at any point throughout the week, and looking forward to saying hi. I think that's about it, isn't it?
I think just one little point is, like, if you took pictures and you want to share pictures, and don't forget the hashtags, NextCloudConf24 would be great. We would be happy to share it with the community. And yeah, I think this is all. I think we will thank you again. Thank you to all the Nextcloud team here around. The marketing team, Erini, thank you. And congratulations for your first event. Thank you to Constanze again for the great talk this morning. I hope you all enjoyed. And thank you, Brent, also.
Thank you, Estelle. And
Yeah.
thank you to everyone who did lightning talks today, too. They were really inspiring. So thank you for sharing your ideas and making the Nextcloud conference even better. So thank you so much, everyone, for being a part of this.
Have a good day. Right.
See you again next year.
won't be destroyed. The fact that you and I are working here today